Well, a very, very happy Wednesday and welcome to the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. My name is Justin, and you guys are listening to a very special edition of Major League Baseball here on this fine Wednesday afternoon, where tonight's matchup between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies. Game 2 of a 3-game series set way to begin here around 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and take a look a little bit of last night's game that kept the Philadelphia's winning streak going now to 5 games as Philadelphia beat the Brewers game 1 yesterday. Final score 4-3. Aaron Nola took the victory. He moves to 9-6 as Julio Teheran loses last night's game. He goes to 6-4 with Craig Kimbrel picking up his 16th save on the season. A little scoring drive from last night's game begins in the bottom of the first inning where Kyle Schwarber hits his 26th home run to left center field. The distance of that home run was 386 as Philadelphia gets an early 1-0 lead. Bottom of the second inning, Alex Bohm RBIs ground out to second base to score in JT Realmuto, puts the Phillies out front 2-0. Bottom of the third inning, Nick Castellanos singles to left field, scoring in Trey Turner. Philadelphia has a 3-0 lead. Top of the fifth inning in last night's ball game, Andrew Monasterio doubles in his fourth double of the season to center field, scoring in Raimel Tapia to put the Brewers on the board 3-1. Top of the fifth inning continues as Bryce Terang reaches on with an error, scoring in Andrew Monasterio to give the Brewers a 3-2 deficit. Bottom of the fifth inning, Bryson Stutt singles to left field. Trey Turner scores, extending Philadelphia's lead to 4-0. And then top of the eighth inning, Christian Yelich grounds into a force out. Andrew Monasterio scores, and the Milwaukee Brewers pick up their third run, their only run on the game, one short of picking up tying, as Philadelphia holds on to go on and win last night 4-3, putting up 12 hits, 12 hits from 4 hits from Milwaukee, 12 hits for Philadelphia. Philadelphia, they moved to 52-42 as they're still in the hunt in the NL East, as Milwaukee is 52-43, first place in the NL Central. It's going to be an interesting game today. Game 2 of a 3-game series. Both teams have playoff implications on their way. We're in the backstretch. End of July, All-Star break is done and over with. We're looking at interesting games that have contingency purpose. And right now, and for Milwaukee, they had a nice little 3-game sweep over Cincinnati this past weekend. It led actually. It continued into before the All-Star break. Well, they go into Philadelphia wanting to now expand that lead. Cincinnati dropped the first 2 against San Francisco, hoping to continue that. They fall short to game 1, so they're hoping to pick things up here in game 2, conclude down to a rubber game series. On the other hand, Philadelphia, a nice little 4-game winning streak there overall. Let me pull that up here real quick. Overall, Philadelphia is 7-3 in the last 10 games. They're 26-17 at home, and they're 26-30 against 500 teams. So no, they're not playing great against 500 teams, but they're actually doing pretty well. And if you think about this, the back end of the season, if anyone's going to get on a hot streak, all right, we've seen that throughout the course of the season. Pittsburgh has gone on a hot streak. Cincinnati has gone on a nice little hot streak. Arizona has been consistent throughout the year. But if any team is looking to make a run for October baseball, right now is going to be a crucial time for a ball club to have a nice little run. Philadelphia hoping to have it, and they have a dangerous lineup going on. So we got a nice, easy pitching matchup. 2 kind of different expertise here, as Milwaukee will have right-handed pitcher Colin Rea out there on the mound going up against Philadelphia's left-handed pitcher Cristopher Sanchez. We'll talk a little bit more about that in our pregame show. Coming up in our pregame show here that leads up to first pitch, scheduled at 6:40. We will have an out-of-town scoreboard as a Wednesday afternoon games have concluded. We'll also give you a little bit more depth look at both teams, both Milwaukee and Philadelphia, how they look to win the game and move forward, this and that. And much more. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in. If you guys are watching us, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Be sure to have those notifications on so you don't miss a single episode. Appreciate you guys stopping by. You guys are listening to the pregame show right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tonight's pregame show is given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios, proud home of the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel, where you can create your podcast, videos, host virtual business meetings, and conduct interviews. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. Tonight's game between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch scheduled for 6:40 at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tonight's pitchers will be right-handed pitcher Colin Rea on the mound for Milwaukee, as we will have left-handed pitcher Cristopher Sanchez on the mound for Philadelphia Phillies. We'll get you more about the pitching matchup here and later on in tonight's pregame show. You can watch tonight's game both on the Philadelphia NBCSP or Milwaukee's Bally Sports Wisconsin, or if you have the MLB TV subscription, you can watch the game on MLB TV app. You can also listen to tonight's game on Philadelphia's 94 WIP or WTTM 1680. Milwaukee radios, you can also listen to it from in Wisconsin at WTMJ 620 or Brewers Radio Network. If you guys are also tuning it in through us here, my name is Justin. Pregame show, followed by the broadcast of the game and a postgame show given to you here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Now, a little quick update about both of these teams heading into tonight's game. For Milwaukee, they actually have a handful of things of injuries and moves, and one of the problems that they're actually facing in the second half of the season is going to be the depth of the bullpen. Brandon Woodruff is to begin rehab assignment this Saturday, which is actually very exciting. Trevor Megill was recalled from AAA Nashville, who will be actually in tonight's roster, available in the bullpen, a right-handed pitcher. We also have Wade MIley, who was expected to get tonight's start, but with left elbow injury problems keep going on with him. He was actually placed on the 15-day IL earlier this week. Other problems for Milwaukee: first baseman Rowdy Tellez expected to return sometime in mid-August. Right forearm inflammation, fractured left finger, and this is going to be a crucial moment for Milwaukee. Both Milwaukee, Philadelphia have two different paths. For Milwaukee, this back half of the season, although they dominated Cincinnati, that's great, but they're going to have, if they want to survive on the top of the NL Central or in that wild card playoff spot, it come September and get playing into October, they're going to have to, pray that some of these guys come back onto their, healthy towards the end of the season. I think that's one thing that separates a Milwaukee team with Philadelphia, because Philadelphia is more healthier to say than Milwaukee. And I think we saw that a little bit last night. And one of the key components from Milwaukee's, struggles is their bullpen. So the big question is, how can they stay healthy with their bullpen as they deal with injuries of their own? Well, it's not all negative news for Milwaukee. We got to give a big shout out and congratulations to Josh Newth, a 17-year-old kid coming out from Brookshaven, New York. He's 6'1", 191 pounds. He bats right, throws right, went to Pachugu's Medford High School, if I said that correctly. He was picked by the Milwaukee Brewers in this year's CBA-A round 33 overall. Another young kid that just got signed by Milwaukee, and it's great. I think it's a great time to see a lot of these younger kids get picked up and signed, and to see what they're capable of going out there. But there's a long road ahead of them. There's a very few of 17, 18-year-old kids that you see up in the major league level at this moment. A lot of times, they sign that year, they finish whatever school they go to, and they go, bank off of the minor leagues, hoping that one day they get to the major league level. Well, this is that gamble Milwaukee's playing on. Hopefully one day he becomes a golden prospect, or he becomes a blue chip aspect that they could trade for some cash value. But this young kid from Milwaukee is going to get a chance to have his journey coming up here, as he went ahead and signed with Milwaukee earlier yesterday. As far as Milwaukee and where they stand, they sit a 2.5 game lead in the NL Central ahead of the Cincinnati Reds, who has not been playing so well since coming back from break. And matter of fact, they're 0-5 since break. Then you have the Chicago Cubs, 7.5 games back. St. Louis, 10 games back. Pittsburgh is 11 games back. In the last 10 games, Milwaukee is 6-4. They're on a 1-game losing streak. On the road, they are 26-22 with a 500 average against teams above 500. Leaders for Milwaukee, notable leaders, it has to be Christian Yelich, batting .283, 69 runs, or 50 runs batted in, 21 stolen bases. The only category he doesn't lead right now for Milwaukee on the offensive side is home runs, which belongs to Willy Adames, which we will both see in tonight's ball game. On the pitching side, we have Corbin Burnes, which we'll actually see in tomorrow's spotlight, tomorrow's rubber game series with 8 wins. Devin Williams with 23 saves. Corbin Burnes also has a 3.73 ERA and a strikeout of 115. So we'll hopefully be treated out to that tomorrow night. On the Phillies side of things, they did a whole bunch of signings yesterday. A lot of college kids, 16 players alone were signed yesterday. And then free agents, outfielder Keaton Anthony and right-handed pitcher Hunter Lloyd were signed to minor league deals in yesterday's transactions. Philadelphia is 9.5 games back, holding the second place spot behind the Atlanta Braves, sitting at 61-32. Miami Marlins are 10 games back, followed by the Mets at 17.5. Washington Nationals sitting back in last place with 24 games back of the National League East. The Philadelphia Phillies have a 7-3 record over the last 10 games with a nice little 4-game winning streak. That their home record is 26-17. They are 26-30 against teams above 500. Kyle Schwarber has been dominating that leaderboard offensively with 56 runs and 26 home runs as he bats leadoff tonight. Bryson Stott has the highest batting average with 306. Alex Bohm has 559 RBIs. Stolen bases belongs to Trey Turner with 21. Taijuan Walker, which we'll see tomorrow afternoon, has 11 wins on his season this year with a 4 solid ERA. Craig Kimbrell, who saved yesterday's game, picked up number 16. And Aaron Nola has 120. Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler has 123 strikeouts. Wow, impressive. That's a little information about our teams coming into today's matchup. As I mentioned, Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies get ready to get underway here. When we come on back, we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard and the playoffs right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Welcome back here on tonight's pregame shows, given to you thanks to MLB.com for all your scores, highlights, news, stories, standings, anything you need. Check out MLB.com, the number one source for Major League Baseball. All right, games have concluded on this Wednesday afternoon as we take you around the horn to a handful to our out of town scoreboard given to you thanks to MLB.com. Kick things off, the Houston Astros beat the Colorado Rockies at Coors Field, final score 4-1. The St. Louis Cardinals picked up the victory this afternoon against the Miami Marlins 6-4. The Boston Red Sox and Oakland Athletics just finished up with the final score of 6-5. Oakland leads. They moved to 26-71 record. The Dodgers fell short to the Baltimore Orioles 8-5. The Texas Rangers beat the Tampa Bay Rays 5-1. And last but not least, final game of this evening is the Pittsburgh Pirates beating the Cleveland Guardians 7-5. Currently, no game is in progress. Coming up next will be the Philadelphia Phillies hosting the Milwaukee Brewers, game 2 of the 3-game series tonight. That begins at 6:40. A couple games coming up later on. At the 7 o'clock hour, we have the Padres in Toronto for game 3. The Yankees in Anaheim to face the Angels. First pitch at 7:07. The Giants and Reds 3 of 4 begins tonight at 7:10 with Graham Ashcraft on the mound. The Chicago White Sox and the New York Mets will do battle in New York at 7:10. And at 7:20, the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Atlanta Braves. At 8 o'clock, we have the Washington Nationals taking on the Chicago Cubs. Detroit Tigers taking on the Kansas City Royals. At 9:40, we have the Minnesota Twins taking on the Seattle Mariners for the last game of the evening. As we mentioned, you can take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard by going to MLB.com for more information. Interesting news, breaking news coming out of this afternoon with a Baltimore win and a Tampa Bay loss. Baltimore now has the best record, not the best record in baseball, but they lead the AL East in the division. They would have, as a playoff stands today, they would have the number 1 bye, followed by the Texas Rangers, who are on a 6-game winning streak. Minnesota Twins have the Central at number 3. Tampa Bay will have the first seed in the wild card, followed by Toronto. And Houston Astros currently have the 6th seed in the American League playoffs. Boston Red Sox, New York Yankees trail, followed by the Angels and the Mariners. And last but not least, we got to include the Cleveland Guardians. Over there in the National League here, Atlanta Braves sit tight in first place, ranked number 1 in the National League, followed by the Dodgers at 55-40. Milwaukee Brewers currently hold a comfortable division lead in the Central. San Francisco Giants will have the first wild card position. It would be taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks at the playoffs ended today. Philadelphia Phillies are currently in that last slot of the wild card, with Miami and Cincinnati shortly behind them, with San Diego, Chicago, and the Mets all right afterwards. That's all your out-of-town scoreboard, thanks to MajorLeagueBaseball.com. All right, coming up next, we'll give you our thoughts and our starting pitch matchup here. You guys are listening to the pregame show on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Welcome on back here for tonight's pregame show of Major League Baseball between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies. As we get ready, first pitch scheduled at 6:40, and at this time, let's take a look at our pitching matchup of tonight's ball game. Game 2 of the 3-game series. The Milwaukee Brewers will have right-handed pitcher Colin Rea, 33-year-old right-hander, getting the nod for the Brew Crew as he comes into tonight's game 5-4 with the 4.71 ERA and 67 strikeouts. He's 7-1. He was born on July 1st from Cascada, Iowa. Drafted by the San Diego Padres back in 2011, debuted on August 11, 2015. His last start was July 8th versus the Cincinnati Reds when he went 4 2/3 of an inning, giving up 7 hits, 5 runs, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. His previous outing on the road was back on July 2nd in Pittsburgh. He went 6 2/3 of an inning, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. He has a sinker, cutter, 4-seam fastball, sweeper, curveball, and split finger that he can throw. Has very big repertoire. Well, he'll be taking on the left-handed pitcher, Cristopher Sanchez, 26 years old. He's 0-3 with the 3.26 ERA. He has 27 strikeouts so far this season. For December 12, 1996, from the Dominican Republic, he made his debut with the Phillies on June 6, 2021. His last outing was July 14th against the Padres at home, where he went 5 innings, giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. He has 3 pitches to his repertoire. That is a sinker, changeup, and slider. That is your tonight's starting pitchers. For a little bit more about the upcoming matchups here, we have the night game 2 of a 3-game series tonight. Tomorrow, we will have a afternoon game. First pitch, 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Milwaukee Brewers will have right-handed pitcher Corbin Burns on the mound for 8-5 with a 3.78 ERA and 115 strikeouts. The Philadelphia Phillies will send a right-handed pitcher, Taijuan Walker, to the mound, 11-3 with the 4.0 ERA and 88 strikeouts. An upcoming schedule look for both teams. Milwaukee will become home to face Atlanta and then host Cincinnati for the weekend and the beginning of next week before they go on the road to Atlanta next weekend. Philadelphia will be on the road after this series to Cleveland, after then coming home to Baltimore and then back on the road to take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Key elements of the game tonight. The way I see this game, you have a veteran pitcher versus more of a rookie pitcher in this sense for Colin versus Sanchez. Listen, from Milwaukee, they're expecting a lot out of Christian Yelich, and he's going to be a key source of tonight's success, along with guys like William Contreras and Willie Adames. Other than that, it's about getting to Ray pretty early. He's been up and down. He has a lot of pitches, and when you make him have to think about what pitches to throw, I think it's easy to get to him. On the other hand, hey, Philadelphia needs to get on board really easy. Give Cristopher Sanchez some run insurances early on and keep the game going. I predict that the Philadelphia Phillies will win tonight's ball game, but I'm expecting to have a good matchup here tonight. I want to give a big shout out to StreamYard Studios for being the proud home of the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Be sure to share StreamYard Studios, where you can create podcasts, videos, host virtual business meetings, conduct interviews, and all the good stuff. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. I also want to give a big shout out to Canva for making our special video entrance videos and all the video packages for tonight's ball game. Also, MLB.com, where you can get your scores, schedule, standings, news, stories, highlights, and more. Check out all the information and all your baseball needs at MLB.com. I want to once again say thank you for tuning into our pregame show. Coming up next is the Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies. Be sure to tune in to us right after the game for a post-game show, giving you all the highlights, news, information, out-of-town scoreboard, and more right after the game. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Justin. I'll see you after the game. enjoy the game between Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Well, and welcome to a Major League Baseball edition on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. My name is Justin, and we'll be bringing you the broadcast coverage of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies, coming to you at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Game 2 of a 3-game series about to begin. Philadelphia took away game 1, final score 4-3. Milwaukee's looking to bounce back and have themselves a good outcome, while Philadelphia is looking to extend their winning streak to 5 games. Also coming up tomorrow, the rubber game series. So Philadelphia is also looking to go on and take this series, as we will have Milwaukee's right-handed pitcher Colin Rea on the mound. 33-year-old right-hander comes into tonight's game 5-4 with the 4.71 ERA. The Philadelphia Phillies will send out 26-year-old left-handed pitcher Cristopher Sanchez. He's 0-3 with the 3.26 ERA. We're looking to have a good game tonight. Be sure to tune in. Coming up next is the lineups and the first pitch. You guys are listening to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tonight's coverage of Major League Baseball is given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios, the proud home of the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel, where you can create podcasts, videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct interviews. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. All right, we're getting ready for Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies, game 2 of a 3-game series. The 52-43 Milwaukee Brewers come into tonight's game, first place in the NL Central. Penciled in by Craig Counsell, the starting lineup for the Brewers look like this. Batting first, the designated hitter is Christian Yelich. Batting second, doing the catching behind the plate, is William Contreras. At shortstop, batting third is Willie Adames. Playing first base, batting cleanup is Owen Miller. Tyrone Taylor will be batting fifth in right field. Batting sixth at second base is Jamari Jones. Batting seventh at third base is Andrew Monasterio. Batting eighth in center field is Blake Perkins. Batting ninth in center field is Joey Wiemer. That is Yelich, Contreras, Adames, Miller, Taylor, Jones, Monasterio, Perkins, and Wiemer. Defensive positions for the Philadelphia Phillies tonight from left to right, we have Kyle Schwarber in left, Brandon Marsh in center, Nick Castellanos in right. At third base, we'll have Edmundo Sosa. At short, we'll have Trey Turner. Bryson Stott will be at second base. At first base is Alec Bohm, and doing the catching, it will be JT Realmuto catching for the left-handed pitcher Cristopher Sanchez. 26-year-old left-handed comes into tonight's game 0-3 with a 3.26 ERA and 27 strikeouts. He is from the Dominican Republic, debuted back in 2021. He last pitched on July 14th against the Padres, where he went 5 innings, giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, striking out 5 batters. He has 3 key element pitches that he sticks with, something nice and simple. That's the sinker, changeup, and slider that he likes to use a lot. Tonight's umpires to call him balls and strikes at home plate is Derek Thomas. At first base, we'll have Jordan Baker. Second base is Brennan Miller. And at third base is Lance Barkdale. Chief crew is going to be Jordan Baker. He'll be at first base. As the umpires are meeting at home plate, we're getting ready for first pitch under the lights. It's 82 degrees, partly cloudy, 3 miles an hour wind blowing out to center field. It's going to be a fun, interesting, loving game. I'm excited for it. Game 2 of a 3-game series. And I think, we talked about keys of the game before the game started, right? Colin Rea, more of a veteran pitcher. And when you look at Colin Rea, you need to find a way to shut down the top 5 guys for Philadelphia. Because when, it's how can you put out someone, if you don't put out Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, Castellanos, Bryce Harper, and JT Realmuto, they'll make you pay. And the problem is that you also have your bottom half of the lineup in Alec Bohm, Brandon Marsh, and Mudo Sosa that can also play dividends into the success for Philadelphia. You talk about success, that final run to the postseason, and although Philadelphia is long ways away, they are backed up. They are 9.5 games back of first place against Atlanta. I mean, but then now they're looking more into the wild card spot. I'm not saying that they can't beat Atlanta, but it's going to be difficult. So, but listen, this is also a defending, National League champions that made it to the wild card last year, played fundamental baseball, and had so much success. And so we're starting to kind of see that type of success kick in at the end of July, which is good for their productivity. Milwaukee, on the other hand, they have for Philadelphia, right? You got Sanchez out there. If you're Milwaukee, you need Sanchez to go, to work hard, get deep into the counts. And I guess that's one thing that we'll be looking into as Christian Yelich sets in as we are ready to go. Here's the windup, and the first pitch delivers on the outside corner for ball 1. The Milwaukee Brewers are wearing the Navy blue top bottoms, gray navy blue tops with gray bottoms. 1-0 pitch is in there, called for a strike. It's 1-1. They have the yellow stitchings, with the yellow pinstripe going down at the front of their jerseys. This is on the outside corner, called for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They also have the yellow and navy blue stripe going down the side of their pant leg. The Philadelphia Phillies are in the white tops, white pinstripes, and tops and bottoms with the red lettering, coloring with the red numerals and stitching for the names. As this one's outside, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez sets and delivers. That one's swing and a miss for out number 1. First pitch of tonight's game was 6:44. Got a few minute delay start as there's 1 away. William Contreras is up next. Right-handed batter, right back up the middle. Sanchez had a duck, almost got hit there, and it'll be a 1-out base hit for Contreras. Oh, wow. That was inches of getting Sanchez there. He literally ducked out of the way, sticked his glove up. Not even an attempt to catch it, but you know what? A good, solid protection instinct play there. Not just shoot right back up the line. And with 1 away, Milwaukee has a runner on first as the first pitch to Adames is on the outside for a ball. It's going to be ruled a single. Here's the 1-0 pitch, chopped fouled along the third base side. Contreras has 1 stolen base on the season. It's not really a speedster. Christian Yelich has really surprised me looking at his stats coming into tonight's game. 283, 13 home runs, 50 RBIs, and 20 stolen bases. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's on the outside, called for a strike. It is 1 ball, 2 strikes to Adames. Yelich is one of the key players that I think needed to have a bounce back year. And he's been with Milwaukee for quite some time. Admittedly hasn't had some good years here. This is fouled along the third base side. And I feel like he's holding his own quite well. You look at the lines for Milwaukee, they have a good combination of base running aggressive, thanks to Mike Council. You got third base coach Jason Lane also contributing into that success. This is also chop foul. It's 1-2 the count to Adames. Adames 209. 16 home runs, 46 RBIs, 4 stolen bases heading into tonight's game. Milwaukee's lineups mostly right-handers, with Blake Perkins a switch hitter and Yelich a lefty. This one's popped up right field side, going to get into foul territory. A nice little at-bat coming up here. Pitch number 7 as Adames calls time. A runner on first, 1 away. We're in the top of the first inning. No score. Game 2 of a 3-game series. Phillies took game 1 4-3 last night. Here's the 1-2. A swing and a miss. And Adames goes down for out number 2. You know, I call that bad as success for Milwaukee. One of my key elements that I'm looking for out of Milwaukee is to work the count for Sanchez. He's still such a youngster. This is his 3rd year at the major league level. And he's going to probably rely on some insurance runs early on. First pitch taken by Miller is up high, called for a strike. We'll have Trivia questions coming in the 4th and 8th inning. Out of town scoreboard look. All that in tonight's game. This one's hit, chopped to second to Bryson Stott. He will take it to the bag at second base himself, and that will retire the side. Milwaukee will leave a man on first. With that, Philadelphia comes to bat. You're listening to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tonight's broadcast is given to you thanks to MLB.com for your scores, highlights, news, and more. Check out MLB.com, the #1 source for all your Major League Baseball's action. Starting with the lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies coming into tonight's game, 52 and 42. Second in the NL East, penciled in by Rob Thompson. Batting first in left field is Kyle Schwarber. Batting second at shortstop, Trey Turner. Right fielder batting third, Nick Castellanos. Bryce Harper is doing the designated hitter. He'll be batting cleanup. Batting fifth, the catcher, JT Realmuto. Batting sixth, the second baseman is Bryson Stott. Alex Bohm at first, batting seventh. Batting eighth is center fielder Brandon Marsh. And batting ninth, third base, and Mudo Sosa. First pitch to Schwarber is on the outside for a ball. That is Schwarber, Turner, Castellanos, Harper, Realmuto, Stott, Bohm, Marsh, and Sosa. As this one's on the inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Defensive position-wise, left to right, Blake Perkins is in left field. Joey Weimer in center. Right field is Tyrone Taylor. As this one's on the outside corner, called strike 93 sinker. Third base is Andrew Monasterio. Shortstop is Willie Adames. Second base is Jamari Jones. First base is Owen Miller. And catching behind the plate is William Contreras. The 2-1 pitch is out on the outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. Trey Turner's up next. Get the leadoff walk here. Here's the 3-1. This is chopped, foul. Contreras will be catching. The right-handed pitcher, Colin Rea, 33-year-old veteran, former Padre back in the day, drafted back in 2011. He's 5-4 on the season with a 4.71 ERA and 67 strikeouts. Here's the 3-2 pitch. This one's flied up. Out there in center, moving over to his left side is Weimer. And to make the grab, out number 1. Colin Rea, last pitch back in July 8th of this year, just a couple weeks ago against Cincinnati. He went 4 2/3 of an inning, giving up 7 hits, 5 runs, 1 walk, striking out 7. First pitch to Turner is on the outside corner, called for a strike. Talking about success for Milwaukee, Colin Rea is a veteran. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, had a sweeper on the outside plate. No balls, 2 strikes to Trey Turner. Turner's 251, 10 home runs, 34 RBIs. 0-2 up high. 1-2. Colin Rea is a nice veteran. He's been up and down with his success. I think he's kind of found more of his consistency when he got traded to Milwaukee. He's been a good, solid pitcher you can rely on. This is fouled back. And that's good because one of the problems that Milwaukee's having as of late is their starting pitching, especially in the bullpen. So you're looking for a guy who needs to go solid 6, maybe 7 innings with 2 or 3 insurance runs, and you're looking for a really good outing. I'll put it that way. Here's the 1-2, excuse me. This one's down in the dirt for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. William Contreras calling the game behind the plate. Here's the 2-2. That's on the outside too. Another full count worked by Philadelphia, and that's probably one of the keys to their success as of late, staying patient at the plate. I see it play fundamental baseball, right? Make them throw you a pitch that you can hit, put the ball in play. Here's a 3-2. This is hit to the third baseman, Andrew Monasterio. Quick throw over to first and 2 away here. But when you put 2 teams that are contending for October baseball together on a midsummer afternoon, you're almost going to expect a playoff atmosphere. I know this would have been more crowded if this was the afternoon. This is a hit popped up. Center field for Reamer. A few steps back and he grabs it. A 1-2-3 go the Phillies. After 1, we're scoreless. You guys are listening to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Top of the second inning here. It will be Tyrone Taylor, Jamari Jones, and Andrew Monasterio due up from Milwaukee. Not quite names that you maybe are used to hearing if you're not necessarily following Milwaukee as closely as possible. That's because injury. Rowdy Tellez is out due to an injury. First pitch in there to Taylor. It's down low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. This one is in there on the outside corner. It's 1-1. Taylor batting 160 with the home run on his record this year. Here's a 1-1 pitch. That one's on the inside corner. keeping things down low. Talked about the pitches that Sanchez has to offer. A sinker, a changeup, a slider. This one gets away in the dirt. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. And, sometimes when you are getting, you're starting out, simplicity is the best. And what I like about his, what he has available, you don't see a fastball. This one is on the inside for a ball. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes to Taylor. Jones due up next. This one's chopped down to short. Out there to Turner. And you'll throw out for out number 1. And when you have a 3-pitch repertoire in your arsenal, I think it's quite simple. You have simple pitches and you execute them well. Compare someone to like Colin Rea, who has maybe 3 key pitches but a total of 6, as the first pitch in for Jones is on the outside. I know it's great to have a couple of different backups in case a couple of pitches don't work your way one night. As the 1-0 pitch is up high, 2 balls and no strikes to Taylor. Taylor's batting .500 with 3 RBIs. Here's the pitch. That's down the middle. Called for a strike. That's a 89-mile sinker. So far, the first 3 pitches have been sinkers. Here's the 2-1. Change up. And they're called for a strike. Outside of the plates, 2-2. And Colin Rea, I mean, if you don't know which one's working, which one's not working, and you can't eliminate those early on, and you don't know when to change it up, this one bounces in the dirt, and Jones works his way to a full count, then it can be quite difficult, and you could see more, smaller outings. But then if you have 3 pitches and none of them work early on, then you're kind of pooped out of luck in a sense. This one's chopped foul. Andrew Monasterio is up next. Interesting name. Thank goodness I could pronounce it cleanly here. Sometimes I have trouble doing so. As Sanchez sets, Jones waits for a 3-2 pitch. Here's the set. It's going to get right past the third baseman, Sosa. Rounding first is Jones. But he's going to halt back at first, so it's going to be a 1-out base hit. And a matter of fact, they're going to score that a fielding error by Muto. A little hop, and Muto didn't really quite play the ball as well as in front of him. He wanted on that hop to his left side where his glove was at and just bounced right by him. So 1 on and 1 out for Andrew Monasterio. So this is going to be recorded as a E5. The other day, here's the 1-0 pitch. That's down low, 2 balls and no strikes. The other day I was calling the Orioles and the Dodgers game. And one of the key solutions that I was calling in the reason, especially this back end of the season, successful teams are going to limit their mistakes, especially the fielding positions. The 2-0 pitch is fouled back. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Monasterio, 279 batting average. And it's these little mistakes like you saw earlier with, fielding wise, especially, that you saw with Sosa. This one's down in the dirt. Now, Jones didn't go take off for second, but you could quickly tell that he was wanting to. And if it's not for left fielder Kyle Schwarber and his arm and how quickly he got the ball and how fast that ball went out to the outfield, he may have risked it. This one bounces in front of Marsh in center for another base hit. Jones advances to second. So with one out, you have two men aboard here at the bottom of the lineup for Blake Perkins. Well, this was a ball just hanging over too much of the plate, and Monasterio just kept it in front of him, lined it right back up the middle. Milwaukee keeping themselves alive here early on. Blake Perkins steps in, batting .209 and coming into tonight's game. 2 home runs with 12 RBIs, looks to add on to that. First pitch is in there, called for a strike. Sanchez sets. Looks back at second. Here's the pitch. This is hit. Fly ball out to left field. Going over is Schwarber. He ain't going to get to it. Bounced in front of the 387 spot. Taylor comes around. No, excuse me. Jones comes around to score. And Monasterio is waved around to score. And he's coming in safely. Perkins comes on into second. And with that, it's a 2-run double to give Milwaukee the early lead. This was a nice hit by Perkins. Splitting the gap there, hitting the 387 sign at the wall. Monasterio at first, he has the speed and he sprints. He was really right behind Jones there at third when Jones was crossing third. First pitch to Reimers on the outside for a ball. Here's the 1-0 count, swing and a miss for a strike. 2 runs in here in the second inning. And Milwaukee looking to add on. And it's to build that separation because you know what Philadelphia can do in all 27 outs. This is fouled along the right field side. You got Perkins at second with 1 away. One ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. This is ground to third. Sosa looks back at second, tosses it over to first, and gets the out at first. Perkins stays at second. And 2 away. So you kind of just maybe wonder, in scenarios like this, I mentioned about errors and simple mistakes. If Jones didn't get on base with the error that Sosa made at third base, do you think Monasterio was still waved around? As the first pitch into Yelich is called for a strike. He's 0-1. And even if he did get waved around and he was safe, Milwaukee lead would be 1-0. They'd be out of the inning. We'll see how this affects the game. This aligns along the third base side, getting past Sosa. Coming around to score is Perkins. It's going to be 3-0 Milwaukee. Yelich slides into second safely. And just like that, Milwaukee's put up 3 runs in this inning. You know, Yelich, you don't give him enough credit. He hasn't had a couple of great years. He's had him in a solid year this season so far. Taking it opposite field down the third base line, you know you're sitting in anyone coming in from second from there. And it's 2 doubles and a single so far in this inning. And Philadelphia has a mound visit, as they will have pitching coach Caleb Cotham out there to talk with Sanchez. And this is the picture-perfect moment we've been talking about. For Milwaukee, getting out to an early lead, with a young talent. And for Sanchez, it's not necessarily he's doing anything wrong, but when you have 3 pitches, yet again, this is where it can haunt you. William Contreras comes up. 3 runs in this inning, 2 outs, and a runner on second. Contreras singled back in the first. Here's the first pitch that's out on the outside for a ball. And if you're Philadelphia, you start looking to maybe pitch counts, right? Because tomorrow, you thought, tomorrow's Thursday. This one's down low for a ball. Well, tomorrow's Thursday. And afterwards, they're going to head to a 3-game road trip to Cleveland and then come back home for 3 more games against Baltimore. I'm sure you'll like to keep your bullpen suitable for those 2 teams. It's a swing and a miss. So we'll see how manager Rob Thompson plays out the night. We already have someone warming up in the bullpen in Philadelphia. Dylan Covey, right-handed pitcher. And Sanchez waits to throw his 45th pitch. That's in there, called for a strike. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Contreras. And this inning can easily get away from Philadelphia. This one bounces in the dirt in front of him. It's worked his way to a full count. 81-mile change up there. Yelich on second, 2 outs. Here's the 3-2. This one's popped up. Right field coming in is Castellanos, and he'll make the grab. 3 runs come across the score. First runs of the game come from Milwaukee as they lead. We head to the bottom of the second on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Well, returning back on Monday afternoon will be the throw-in. After a long hiatus, join Justin for a 2-hour sports talk program covering Cincinnati sports news, getting ready for the MLB, NFL season, NBA season. Baseball's going on, wrestling's going on, whole much more. Check out the throw-in on Monday on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. First 2 pitches to Bryce Harper. First call strikes as we begin the bottom of the second inning. That 0-2 pitch is on the outside, 1-2. Well, Milwaukee got a couple insurance runs for Rea. I think that would be useful as this night progresses. This one is chopped foul. remains 1-2. Colin Rea asked to fill in. Originally scheduled was Wade MIley, was put on the IL 15-day IL list back on Monday. This one's fouled off to the left field side. A battle for Bryce Harper. Colin Rea had to step up and step in. This one's hit line right back to first base. Over there to Miller, and he'll take it to the bag himself for out number 1. Well, Philadelphia comes into tonight's game 9.5 games back. We talk about the NL East division and how Atlanta has the best record in all of baseball. Playoffs will start today. Philadelphia is actually in the wild card. It will be Atlanta as number 1. Atlanta and Los Angeles as number 1 and 2 as a healthy swing and a miss by JT Realmuto. It's 0-1. Milwaukee will be number 3, and then you would have San Francisco and this one's shot foul. San Francisco and Miami. And then Philadelphia is number 4. And I'm just going to double check that stat to make sure it's correct for you guys. Oh, San Francisco and Arizona, excuse me. Miami is on the outside looking in so far. This one's on the outside corner. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Realmuto. Miami with his 1 game back of Philadelphia. Cincinnati's 3, San Diego 7.5, Chicago and New York are 8. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That's on the outside corner for a ball. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the set and the pitch. This one's looped past the second baseman. Diving attempt was second baseman Jamari Jones. Couldn't get to it. So it'll be a 1-out base hit for Realmuto. Well, this was a stay alive pitch. This one's practically down in the dirt. Takes it opposite field. Jones is playing more up the center along the second base bag. He makes a long run. Diving attempt, just couldn't get to it. Runner on first, 1 away. Stepping in is Bryson Stott. Takes the first pitch on the outside for a ball. Bryson is batting .306 so far, coming into tonight's game. Here's the pitch. That's up high. Called for a ball again. 8 home runs, 35 RBIs, 16 stolen bases. Realmuto has 10 stolen bases. In last night's ball game, both teams had a few stolen bases to their line score as well. We'll see how much they get utilized tonight. There goes Realmuto. A no swing attempt was from Stott, and sliding in safely is Realmuto. So make that 11. And he was going all the way up. Just you think of a catcher having the speed to steal bases. It's pretty impressive. The pitch just shrub, by the way, was called strike. So it's 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch to him. It's on the outside plate. Brought back in by Contreras there. Umpire calls it a strike. Derek Thomas. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Reader's 11th stolen base of the season. Puts him in scoring position. Philadelphia just trying to get a run back. With 1 away here in the second inning. This one's fouled off to the left field side. It is 2-2. A handful of games have started just momentarily. We'll tell you about that here in a second. Cincinnati, San Francisco, game 3 of their 4-game series. The Angels started their next game. This was chopped foul again. Bottom of the first. Padres, Toronto. The White Sox and Mets. Arizona and Atlanta. Coming up tonight, Washington and Chicago. Detroit and Kansas City. Minnesota and Seattle. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's hit right back to third base. Monasterio. Checks Remuto back to second. Throws it over to first for out number 2. Nice position play to just hit right back to the third baseman. He was playing a little bit more off the bag. Now, we mentioned the divisional, the NL East and where it stands right now. And we look at, this is a fouled back for Alex Bohm. It's 0-1. And we look at what can Philadelphia do? You know, better late than never when it comes to calling or getting themselves into postseason contingency. They have the 6th seed in the playoffs right now, but you still have a lot of baseball left. Now, I don't know how much of it's going to be able of contending with Atlanta, as this one check swings called for a strike anyways, 0-2. So maybe you could try to crack at trying to hold down the fort in the wild card spot. But if any team is trying to make a run at the playoffs, this one's fouled back, you kind of want to make your presence known now, or if not in August. I feel like if you wait until September, you start running a little bit late. But Philadelphia is on a nice little 4-game winning streak. And I think it does them more good than damage because it continues the momentum on the second half where you don't have to worry about the All-Star game. This one's down in the dirt, 1 ball, 2 strikes. You look at some teams like Pittsburgh and especially Cincinnati, who had a nice, pretty good run before the break. They ended up falling short with the loss on the last day with Milwaukee. This one's popped up. Right center field going back shallow of the warning track is Weimer to make the grab. A man stranded on second. No runs scored. We play 2. Milwaukee's up 3-0 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We're back here in the top of the third inning as Milwaukee has a 3-0 lead. Stepping in is Willy Adames. 3, 4, and 5 due up here to begin the inning here. As we see Sanchez back out there again, trying to keep his team in there longer, the better. Here's the first pitch to Adames. It's in there, called for a strike. Adames is over 1. He struck out swinging back in the first inning. Here's the setup and the delivery. This one's hit looped past the second baseman into center field for a base hit. Nice diving attempt by Bryson Stott down to his right side. Couldn't make the stop there. They don't hold up the brakes here in this inning. You score 3. That's not enough to ever assume that's enough to get you in. Owen Miller comes up. He grounded out his last at bat. Runner on first, nobody out. This one's cheap swing and chop foul along the third base side. Snowball 1 strike. Talked about the division in the NL East for Philadelphia. The hot streaks. If you want to get on a hot streak, get on a hot streak now. Here's the 0-1. This is looped up. Left field coming into the foul territory side. To make the grab is Castellanos for out number 1. I mean, Baltimore, another perfect example. They've been on some really good baseball as of late. Just took first place in the AL East. Team that, every year seems like there's 1, maybe 2 teams that surprise you. One of those teams surprise you going into the All-Star break, usually falls off the charts. The other one kind of fights into the playoffs or, wild card position. This one, a swing and a foul to Taylor. Swings out of his helmet. So 1-1. But yeah, I mean, as much as I want to credit a team like, Cincinnati, who had a nice little run going on, even Arizona, this back of this end of the season, you have the trade deadline. This one's fell back to the screen. So 1-2. You have the trade deadline coming up, which players are going to make moves. And if you're Milwaukee, you're going to consider, all right, can we add a couple more pieces to the bullpen? Same thing for Philadelphia. Milwaukee maybe try to add a couple at-bats if they could afford one. This one's here, chopped right back to the pitcher, over to second, throws it over to first, in time, 1-6-3 double play. A quick way to get out of the inning. Sanchez, 1-2-3. After 2.5, Milwaukee's up 3-0 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Bottom of the third, first pitch to Brandon Marsh is in there, called for a strike. As Milwaukee has a 3-0 lead, Rea sets. Here's the 0-1. This one's hit, and that's going to split the gap in left center. Coming around first, heading to second is Marsh, coming in there, standing up safely, and the Phillies have a double to lead off the third inning. Well, this is a nice little ball just hitting into the gap on the opposite side of the field. Marsh doesn't have incredible speed, at least not showing it here. The ball kind of stops at the wall there. And Phillies have an opportunity to get a couple runs on the board as Edmundo Sosa steps in. And the first pitch to him is in there, called for a strike. Sosa, right-handed batter, batting .249, 6 home runs, 20 RBIs with 2 stolen bases. Marsh has 6 stolen bases, as this one is down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This one's chopped foul, third base side. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Coming up in the top half of the fourth inning, we bring back our trivia questions, beginning with Philadelphia Phillies trivia. It is a B, C, D option. You could comment down in the YouTube section comments. Answers revealed at the bottom half of the inning. Here's the 1-2, a swing and a miss. Up at a ball up high. Out number 1. Now that's Colin's first strikeout of the game. That goes back to the top of the lineup for Kyle Schwarber, who flew out in the first. And Brandon Marsh is on second with a leadoff double to begin the inning. Here's the pitch. That one's way outside. It's 1-0. What do you do for both of these clubs? Milwaukee's been dealing with a lot of bullpen issues. There's a lot of younger guys that you don't recognize in that lineup. This one's hit, fly ball out to center field. Coming over, making the grab is Reimer. A quick throw back in by Reimer sends Marsh back to second. And you had a sense when this ball left the bat of Schwarber that he just missed it. He missed it on the edge of his bat, and he knew that if he got all of that, it would have been out of here. Now there's 2 quick outs for Trey Turner, who steps in, rounded out, step off the mound for Colin. Philadelphia has that nice little 1-6 spot that it's dangerous to pick and choose to pitch through because they're all dangerous. A heavy swing and a miss. And I give credit to these players who, to these pitchers on this case, in this case, Colin, who is like, all right, let me tackle them on. They're just another person. This one's hit, flied out to right field. Tyrone's under it, couple steps to his right, and he'll retire the side. After a man stranding, we played 4. It's 3-0 Milwaukee. You listen to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We're in inning number 4 here at Citizens Bank Park for Milwaukee and Philadelphia, as Milwaukee has a 3-0 lead. It's time for our useful trivia question. That's in the 4th inning. Tonight's question in the 4th will be given on behalf of Philadelphia Phillies. And thanks to Useful Trivia, go to usefultrivia.com for all your trivia needs. Tonight's trivia question is, how many games did the 1961 Phillies lose in a row? As the first pitch in there to Jones is called for a strike. Is that A, 23, B, 19, C, 15, or D, 27? The 0-1 chop foul is 0-2. How many games did the 1961 Phillies lose in a row? Leave your answers down in the comments below. We'll reveal the correct answer at the bottom of the 4th inning. The 0-2 pitch is fouled off. We talk about losing streaks here. That's the question for the Philadelphia Phillies. We're dated back to the 1961. So you're pretty up there in age if you're remembering the 1961 season. This one's down in the dirt. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crazy losing streak records here. Here's the 1-2. That one swing and a miss for out number 1. I got to say something about Cristopher Sanchez and his outing. Yes, the inning number 2 looked pretty rough. Inning number 1 was probably just as bad with the amount of pitches, but seems like he's been able to get out of the jam and settle right in. This one's in there for a called strike. And that's another solid, thing about having limited number of pitches you could throw. This is aimed right back out to left field, coming into Schwarber to make the grab, and 2 quick outs there. I mean, Sanchez is not playing around. He likes to get right to throwing pitches among the strike zone. He rather puts the ball in play. And if you're going to beat Sanchez, you're going to beat him by putting the ball in the gaps and base running or home runs. He's not going to let you, he's not going to allow to, he's not going to walk you. This one's right down the middle again. It's in there for a strike. Here's the pitch. This is on the inside. Call for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. He's going to give up his fair share of hits of the game, but I'm sure it's going to be up to defensive opportunities to save the game. This one's lined over the second baseman's head. It's going to drop down into right field for a 2-out base hit. Nice little jumping attempt by Bryson over there at second. Literally just inches away. And Perkins keep this inning alive for Joey Wiemer. Steps in. He's 0 for 1. He grounded back in the second. A throw back over to first. It's Perkins. Perkins has 6 stolen bases on his season so far. 20 RBI. Oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong chart. 3 stolen bases on Perkins' chart for the season. 33 RBIs for Wiemer. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This one's chopped right to third to Sosa. He's throwing it over to second, and it's in there for out number 3. Well, the Brewers go down not calling after 3.5. Milwaukee's up 3-0 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Back here in the bottom of the fourth inning, trivia question to be answered in this bottom half of the inning. How many games did the 1961 Phillies lose in a row? Was it A, 23, B, 19, C, 15, or D, 27? I'm thinking of this one. I'm going to lock in A, 23. I'll let you guys know here after the first out there. First pitch in there for Castellanos. It's called for a ball outside. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This is hit. That's a line shot into left field, and that comes down about 10 rows back. Philadelphia will put themselves on the board thanks to a Castellanos home run. .375 and a 97-mile-an-hour exit velocity. This just hung over the plate, and he took it a straightaway left. And this is that part to the game where you just need just a bit of stuff, a home run like this that just really influences, keep things going. This one's hit foul by Harper. It's 0-1. So Castellanos gets the Phillies on board. It's 3-1 Milwaukee leads here in the middle of the fourth inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's down in the dirt. Checks with the third base umpire, says no go. Says Lance Barrett. Harper's 0 for 1. He grounded out back in the fourth inning. Here's the pitch. That's on the inside. It is 2 balls, 1 strike. Castellanos, former Reds player, didn't re-sign him. This one's in there on the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jumps over to Philadelphia, joins Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, and this is now a new different type of dynamic duration here. This one's lined right back to first. Snagging it is Miller for 1 away. Philadelphia has the power to, really do some damage. And I feel like one of the biggest powers that they're known for is either they're playing small ball or they're all playing for the long ball. And I think they have more success when they're playing together as a unit for the short-term game. This one's a swing and a miss. It's 0-1 to JT Realmuto. He singled back in the second inning. 3-1 Milwaukee leads. This one's fouled back. Get you the answer to the trivia question here in just one moment. Actually, as Ray sets, how many games did the 1961 Phillies lose in a row? I said 23. And here's the pitch on the outside corner. It is 1-2. The correct answer is A, 23. I'll tell you all about that here in a second. Here's a foul tip into the glove of Contreras. Out number 2. Second strikeout for Colin. 1961, the Phillies lost 23 games in a row, the worst losing streak in major leagues since the 1900s. You guys answered that correct. Congratulations. Come on back in the 8th inning for the Milwaukee Brewers trivia question. This one's flied out to center to Weimer, and he will finish off the side. Nick Castellanos did some damage, put Philadelphia on board, but they still trail heading into the fifth. Milwaukee leads 3-1 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We're back here in the top of the fifth inning. Milwaukee has a 3-1 lead as we are back up at the top of the lineup. 1, 2, and 3 leading things off is Christian Yelich. It is a nice, partly cloudy afternoon as the first pitch to Yelich in the fifth is fouled off along the first base side. Yelich is 1 for 2. He doubled. He had an RBI double back in the second inning, scoring in Blake Perkins to extend their lead. This is another fouled tip back to the first base dugout. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Over the next 2 innings, we'll have the out-of-town scoreboard giving you scoreboard news, updates, highlights, and stories. This one's outside on the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And it's given to you thanks to MLB.com. MLB.com for all your scores, standings, highlight stories, and news. Visit MLB.com for more information. The 1-2 is down to the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yelich has really worked himself really well so far. He's batting a 283 heading into tonight's game. This one's fouled back. He's 1-2 tonight, 13 home runs, 50 RBIs, 21 stolen bases. Kind of that key element for Milwaukee. And that's why he's up in the leadoff spot, hopefully to get stuff going when things ain't looking their way. This one's fouled back. Nice little battle here for Yelich. Sanchez is at pitch number 52. To be able to come back, and you're hoping that Sanchez can finish this inning. That's what the goal is. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one's another fouled back, third base side. If he could get out of this inning, go into the bullpen in the 6th, I say Sanchez has had a good outing. Only giving up 3 runs isn't too bad from a disastrous second inning. This one's chopped up to second base. Stutz gets it, throws it over to first for out number 1. So a strikeout, double, and a ground out for Yelich tonight. Comes up William Contreras, 1 for 2. Singled in the first. Big news coming out of this afternoon. Baltimore beats the Dodgers. As the first pitch to Contreras is on the outside for a ball. Here's the 1-0 fouled back. Orioles come in and beat the Dodgers 8-5. And with Tampa Bay losing to the Rangers 5-1, the Orioles have now taken the lead in the AL East, as this one's up high and in, called for a strike. It's quickly 1-2 for Contreras. And you may look at the record. According to MLB.com, Baltimore sits 58-37. Here's the 1-2. Grounds over to third with Sosa. A quick throw, bouncing catch by Alex Bohm at first for out number 2. Tampa Bay sits at 60-39, and they are exactly no games back, but the winning percentage that Baltimore has is 611 compared to Tampa Bay's 606 as of right now. Here's the first pitch to Adames, and that's in there, called for a strike. Toronto's right behind them, 5 games back of the AL East. See Boston and New York down below. This is up and it's 1-1. Some scores going on here tonight. Here's the pitch that's down low. Cleveland loses to Pittsburgh 7-5. Talked about Baltimore beating the Dodgers and Rangers beating the Rays. This one's swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Adames. St. Louis beat Miami as they are now in second place. Pittsburgh's moved down to last place in the NL Central. Houston beat Colorado 4-1. And Oakland beat Boston 6-5. Those are games completed so far. Here's a pitch inside, and he's worked himself to a full count. It's 3-2. Owen Miller up next. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That's down low. And Adames draws a walk to extend this inning. Nice little pitch sequence there for Sanchez, but you could almost predict that with 85 pitches, 86 or 85 coming up, he's maybe a bit winded, gassed here in the 5th inning. Here's the first pitch that's down low. You just want to see him get out of this inning, and I feel pretty confident. A runner on first, 2 away. Sanchez sets, delivers. This one's flied out to straightaway center. Marched a few steps in to make the grab. Milwaukee strands a runner, but they still have the lead halfway through the ball game. Milwaukee's up 3-1 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Seventh, eighth, ninth due up here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Milwaukee has a 3-1 lead. As we see Colin Rea come back out to take on Alex Bohm. Alex Bohm 0 for 1. Flew out back in the second inning of this ball game. First pitch in there, fouled back. We're taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard given to you thanks to MLB.com. Head on over to MLB.com for all your scores, schedules, standings, highlights, stories, and more. Everything Major League Baseball is found on MLB.com. The 0-1 pitch is in there, called for a strike. We've seen so much of all the final games that's concluded to so far today. Milwaukee, Philadelphia in progress, as we call this. One's chopped over to short. Throws over to first. Gets away from Miller. And Bohm is going to be safe at first. We'll see how they rule this one. This is on the ground to Adames, just short of the stretch by Miller. I'd call this one an error. Waiting for the school. This one's lined into left field. Marsh gets himself a base hit, and with nobody out here in the fifth inning, Philadelphia has a couple runners on. So we're going to wait. I want to put that one a single. I'm pretty sure they may be calling that first at-bat an error. We're pending the rule, and we'll follow up and let you guys know. This one was a sharp line drive out there to Blake Perkins in left field. Alec Bohm advances 90 feet. You got runners on first and second. And now you have Edmundo Sosa up, who struck out swinging back in the third inning. This is where Colin can get a bit. We'll see how he controls himself. I'll say to that. First pitch into Sosa, swings and a foul back. A mound visit was given at the time as well. A couple of Philly pitchers warming up. Jeff Hoffman, right-handed pitcher. Here's the pitch. This is popped up center field. Weimer gets to it to make the grab. Bohm advances over to third. Nice little sacrifice fly there. So you got now runners on the corners. And we're back at the top of the lineup with one away. Kyle Schwarber steps in. Was pretty disappointed with his last two plate appearances. He flew out to straightaway center. This one's in there down the middle. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. We're still waiting, pending ruling on Alex Bohm's reach to first off of a dropped throw from Aurelia Adames. Pick off at first, diving in safely. Brandon Marsh on first base. Marsh has 6 stolen bases. We'll see what Rob Thompson wants to do in this at bat. Maybe advance him 90 feet. The tying runs on first base. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Chop foul along the first base side. As we take a look at the out-of-town scorecard, the Padres Blue Jays are scoreless after 3. Angels are up 6-0 against the Yankees in the bottom of the third inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Marsh goes, swings right back up the middle. Scoring in is Bohm. Heading over to third is Marsh. He's waved around home, coming in, sliding, no play. Philadelphia ties the game at 3 apiece. An RBI single from Kyle Schwarber brings life back into this Phillies crowd at Citizens Bank Park. Things just turned around amazing here. Marsh was going on the crack as soon as he left. And this, with Willy Adames distracted by the pickoff attempt or by the stolen base, he couldn't get to that line drive up the middle. This rocked into center field, and Brandon Marsh with that speed and with that advantage speed going into second, he just kept on going. And now it's a tied ball game, another mound visit. They did rule Alex Bohm as a fielder's error. I think they're going to do a fielder's error on the first baseman. So we're going to do an E3, and then you have a single, and I include the RBI so I could just read them. If your guys are filling in the scorecard, that's how I'm filling it in. And Bohm or Marsh sliding in safely. This pitch was way away. We'll see what's going on here. I see a mound visit, and that's what it was. So far, Colin Rea's highest innings of pitches were in the second at 23. Left about 15 pitches per inning prior to that. Here's the first pitch. This is a hit. Fly ball out to left field. Blake will get to it in time, sending Schwarber back to first, sprinting. And there's 2 away. Blake Perkins were on the warning track. A lot of fans thought this was going to be out of here. And Rob Thompson must be a pretty happy manager right now with Nick Castellanos up on the mound, up on the plate. First pitch in there. It's called for a ball down low. Colin Rea passed 70 pitches. It's a new life, new ball game. Here halfway through, tied at 3. This one's swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Cincinnati leads San Francisco 3-0 in the top of the 4th. New York leads Chicago and the White Sox 2-0 in the bottom of the 4th. In the bottom of the 3rd, the Diamondbacks are on the road beating the Braves 3-1. This one's outside for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike to Nick Castellanos. Washington and Chicago, the Cubbies, at Wrigley Field is getting underway. Warming up, beginning here later at bottom of the hour, is Detroit and Kansas City. This one's shot foul. And the last game of the evening is Minnesota and Seattle, which begins at 9:40. Two balls, 2 strikes to Castellanos. He's 1 for 2. He homered last inning. Schwarber's on first. 2 away. 3 runs scored. 2 more runs scored here in this inning. Swing and a miss. A big strikeout by Colin Rea to get out of this inning, but the damage has been done. Phillies come back to tie it thanks to a bloop and a blast and a 2 RBI single by Kyle Schwarber. We head to the 6th, Brewers 3, Phillies 3, here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Pitching change here for Philadelphia, as that will conclude the night of Cristopher Sanchez, and we will have 30-year-old right-handed pitcher Jeff Hoffman to the mound as he throws first pitch in there for a strike for Tyrone Taylor. Hoffman's 3-1 with a 2.59 3 ERA. He has one save on his record this season, 33 strikeouts. This one's down in the dirt. It's 1-1. 30-year-old from Lytham, New York, drafted back in 2014 from the Toronto Blue Jays. Went to East Carolina College. Last pitch was back 3 days ago against the Padres. He won the game, went 2 innings, striking out 1. This is a swing and a fouled off. This is a completely new ball game here at Citizens Bank Park this evening. Milwaukee got out to a 3-0 lead early on. Philadelphia cuts the deficit by 2, and then last inning ties the game up. So we're playing basically for these two ball clubs. They're in the bullpen and practically now still scoreless. Well, at least that's how I would consider it. It's 1-2 the count to Hoffman. Nobody on, nobody out. And here's the pitch. This one's chopped foul. I think both ball clubs have done pretty well watching the pitches. Here's the 1-2. That one's down in the dirt away for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. This is hit right back to short to Trey Turner. So firing it over to first, and he'll get out number 1. We're playing a little bit. This is a type of ball game where we're playing a little bit of righty lefty as Bryce Terang steps in, replacing Jamari Jones, who will leave tonight's game 0 for 2. He E5'd and scored in a run back in the second inning. First pitch is down low for a ball. Change that into my scorecard there. A swing and a miss, and he is in there for strike 1, 1-1. Terang is batting .204 heading into tonight's game. That one's on the outside corner, called for a strike. Not gonna anything changing in the scorecards tonight. Mets up 5-0 in the 4th. Cubs out to early 1-0 lead. Here's the pitch out on the outside. Talked about the divisions, both sides here. A little bit more about the National League here in just a moment. Hoffman sets. Here's the pitch. This one's popped up. Infield bound coming in is Stutt to make the grab 2 away. I put that as a P4. You look at if the playoffs would begin today, National League, the Atlanta Braves had that steady lead and had the best record in the National League, followed by the Dodgers are the second bye. Milwaukee will be hosting Philadelphia. This could be a potential October baseball preview. sneak peek here. First pitch in there to Monasterio in their first strike. Then Arizona will be over in San Francisco. And a nice little 3-game series there for the week. And that bounced in the dirt for a ball. Miami's on the outside looking in. They're a game back. Cincinnati's 3 games back. San Diego, 7.5. Chicago, New York, 8 games back. They still have a chance. But, if you're Philadelphia, get onto a hot streak, something like that can really separate you from the rest of the ball club. This is fouled back. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. We're in inning number 6 at a 3-3 ball game. Phillies tied it up bottom half of the 5th inning. Here's the 1-2. That's up high and in. 2-1-2. Andrew Monasterio singled and flew out. His first 2 at-bats. Milwaukee has Wade MIley. This is grounded to short. Turner has it, fires the first to retire the side. 1, 2, 3, go Milwaukee. Still a tie ball game, 3 apiece. Listen to Major League Baseball on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th inning here as Wade MIley steps in, throws in the first pitch for a strike. 32-year-old left-hander, 1-0 on the season, 2.37 ERA with 31 strikeouts. From Dallas, Texas, throws the ball in the dirt for a ball, 1-1. 2012 draft to Philadelphia Phillies. Went to Texas College, last pitch against Cincinnati over the weekend. He picked up the victory, went 2 innings, went 1 hit, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. That was 2 balls, 1 strike to Bryce Harper. Here's the set and the pitch. That's in there down low for a ball, 3 balls, no strikes. Was with Philadelphia up until 2018. Went to Tampa Bay, played 2019 there, went to the Angels for 2020, and has been with Milwaukee since 2021. Count goes full for Bryce Harper. This one's in there, caught looking, called out on strikes. As there's one away. So defensive change update. Bryce Terang, who replaced Jamiah Jones, will remain at second base as of right now. JT Romuto steps in, singled and struck out swinging. Takes the first pitch in there for a ball. The 1-0 is in there for a strike. This one's hit foul. It's 1-2 strikes. A little minor league action here. We'll take a look at AAA scores on this Wednesday afternoon. For Philadelphia, here's the 1-2. That's inside, 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Philadelphia's AAA is Lehigh Valley. They're currently in a top of the 6th inning against Toledo as they lead 5-0. This one's fouled back. For Milwaukee, their AAA ball club affiliation is the Nashville Sounds. After 2 innings, they're playing Jacksonville, and they're down 3-0 to Jacksonville. Here's the pitch on the outside corner. 3-2, full count. Both batters worked themselves to a full count. Bryce Harper kind of did it more nonchalantly there. This one swing and a miss, a big strikeout for Milner. As 2's down here in the 6th inning. And sometimes when you don't know how, sometimes it works in mysterious ways when you're approaching the heart of the lineup and you're facing powerful guys. When you go after them like Milner is doing, and trust me, both Harper and Bermuda is making them work. This one's fouled off to the left field side, 0-1. Then you really sit there and it could work both ways for you. Bryson Stutt, 0-2. This one's fouled along the first base side this time. Snowballs, 2 strikes. Milner allowed 1 earned run in the last 22 appearances this season. Nobody on, 2 outs. This one's low and away. Talked about Baltimore has that number 1 seed right now as they surpass Tampa Bay Rays, leading the AL East. Here's a pitch, chop foul, third base side. Texas would have the 2nd round bye. Minnesota will be sitting there with the 3rd seed as they lead the Central. Tampa Bay will have that first wild card. They will be hosting against Toronto if it concluded today. Wild card concluded today. Houston, this is chop foul. First base side will play again. Houston will play Minnesota. Boston, New York, finding themselves at the bottom of the AL East, still find themselves in the hunt for the wild card spot. There could be a potential situation where we see not 1, not 2, but 3 wild cards belongings to the AL East, including that'll be 4 out of the 5 teams make it to the postseason. That's on the outside. It's 2 strikes. That'll be interesting. The Angels in there for the hunt and all that good stuff there. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This is chopped right to short. Adames fires, gets him in time. A 1-2-3 inning. We're still tied at 3 after 6. You listen to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Download the MLB TV app and get all of your out-of-market games at a reduced price while supplies last. First pitch in there to Perkins. It's up high, called for a ball. MLB TV, get all your out-of-market games, highlights, news, replays, audios, and more. Check out their options at MLB.com. This one's download. 2 balls, no strikes. Excuse me, Blake Perkins. Elvis Preguo is warming up in Milwaukee's bullpen there. We have Matt Strom for the Phillies. 3 balls, no strikes to Perkins. 2 for 2 tonight. He doubled with the 2 RBI back in the second and singled back in the fourth. This one's in there, called for a strike. It's tied at 3 apiece. You're at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Hoffman sets, delivers, fouls back. Worked him back into a full 3-2 count. We ask about the E5 early on here. And both teams have an error to their standings. Last night, Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken, they had 3 errors, and they still were able to win the ball game. This one's up high, and he's gotten himself a walk. Leadoff walk by Blake Perkins brings in Joey Wiemer, who's 0 for 2 tonight. We'll see how long Philadelphia decides to keep Hoffman in the game. Like, try to eat up 1, maybe 2 innings at best. Here's the first pitch that's up high for a ball. A leadoff at first is Perkins. Throw back over, sliding in safely. So the trade deadline comes in just a little bit, about a week or 2 left. See Milwaukee making any big trades or deals. Philadelphia adding on to their success. This one's up high but in. And it's 1-1 to Hoffman. And we've seen scenarios where you really just can't pinpoint who they would get. I mean, crazy, monstrous deals made. This was up high. It's 2 balls, 1 strike to Weimer. Juan Soto last minute going over to San Diego. Everyone's paying close attention to where people are going. Attempt to go, no go. This one's out and away. Check swings, didn't go around. 3 balls, 1 strike to Weimer. That was allotted 1. I think Weimer held up. I mean, yeah, he knew that was outside, but he also was trying to fake the swing as much to give Perkins a chance to steal. Perkins halted as soon as he started. This is a swing and a miss. And so a full count's now worked to Weimer. I can see Perkins going on this situation. Perkins, 3 stolen bases on the season. Hoffman set. Weimer waves his bets. West is on his shoulders. A throw back over to first. Diving safely is Perkins. He has dirt on his right upper thigh and on his knees. Get dirty, boy. He has a lead off on first. Bohm holds him. Here's the set, and he's going. This is hit, fouled back to the screen. Although I think he'd be safe. Would he really take an out for that stolen base? So replay 3-2. See if Perkins goes again. He leads off a little bit more at first. Here he goes. Foul tip into the glove. A throw over to second. He's safe in there. It was a foul tip strikeout for Weimer. Perkins steals, so that's his 4th stolen base of the season. And that was inches. He laid out with his right hand. Maybe he would have been safe. Yeah, he was safe. Great base running by Perkins. So with 1 out, regardless, you're still on second. That's going to lead to a pitching change as Matt Strom heads into the game. We'll tell you all about the new pitcher when we come on back. Tie ball game here in the 7th. Listen to Major League Baseball on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. New pitcher for Philadelphia, and that's going to be the 31-year-old left-hander Matt Strom to take the top of the lineup here. He'll be holding on Perkins at second, who stole off of a swing and a miss from Weimer. First pitch in there to Yelich, in there called strike. Strom from West Fargo, North Dakota, picked up by the 2012 draft from the Kansas City Royals. Played a little bit for the Padres, now for the Phillies. He's 3-6 with the 3.75 ERA and 76 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1, lined right back to Sosa at third, and he'll make the grab for out number 2. That's a great way to make up that error earlier on. Nice line drive right back to third and 2 away. This had a chance to give Milwaukee the lead if it got past him. And you knew Perkins would have been sent and would have got into the corner of left field. A nice stop by Sosa. Contreras steps in, takes first pitch on a strike. We talk about pitching stats here. We had Sanchez, who pitched for the Phillies, went 5 innings, giving up 6 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts in tonight's game. As Strom sets, here's the pitch. It's swinging and a foul back. Colin Rea went 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, no walks, but 3 strikeouts. He allowed 1 home run. Perk is on second. Strom has a chance to get Phillies back into the bullpen, back into the dugout. With no runs coming across the score, this is fouled back again. All lead it off with a walk. Useful trivia for Milwaukee comes up in the 8th inning. Strom sets. Here's the pitch. Backs off. Contreras calls times in time. Too long of a set for Strom, and he likes to toy with you. I didn't see the time called, but apparently Contreras did. I would have called it a strike, but that's just me. No balls, 2 strikes. Here he delivers. Right back up the middle, past the shortstop. Coming around to score is Perkins, and Milwaukee would get a lead. Sliding into second safely is Contreras. It's 4-3 Milwaukee here in the 7th inning. Well, I think Milwaukee has to tip their hat to Contreras here, because this one, you have a runner on second with 1 away. You have to find a way to score him in. Philadelphia is not going to give you much time. You know that ball's going to get down in the outfield. Perkins was going to go. Contreras gets one past the infield, and they'll look to now lead this game and get an assurance run with Willie Adames as the first pitch is swinging and a miss for a strike. Adames is 1 for 2 tonight. Contreras lead off on second. Strom sets. Delivers, swing and a miss. That walk comes back to Hunt. Philadelphia. They still have 9 more outs in this game to get for an opportunity to catch back up, but you still have 7 more outs for Milwaukee. Here's the pitch. This is popped up foul. Game 2 of a 3-game series. Game 3 concludes tomorrow afternoon, 12:35, first pitch, Eastern time. This one's down low at the shins. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Adames. Cincinnati's leading San Francisco 3-1 in the 5th. This one's down low at the feet of Adames. It's 2-2. For a moment, Philadelphia was feeling pretty comfortable getting out of this inning. Hoffman was responsible for that run for Perkins scoring. Strom's responsible for Contreras. Here's the 2-2. This is chopped right back to Turner at short. A fire over to first, and he'll retire the side there. Not without a run scoring, Milwaukee gains the lead. It's 4-3 on the 7th inning stretch at Citizens Bank Park. You're listening to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Be sure to check out the new baseball game, MLB The Show 23. Play as your favorite star players. Play Road to the Show in your franchise. Updated graphics and so much more. MLB The Show 23. Available today. New pitcher for Milwaukee, as we have Elvis Peguero. First pitch to Bone. It's fouled off. Time clock stopped. So it's 1 ball and no strikes. Comes into tonight's matchup 1-2, 2.92 ERA, 33 strikeouts. Pitched on the 15th, where he went 1 inning and 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. This is hit long, fly ball out to left center field. That is caught at the wall by Blake Perkins. Oh my. One away. This had all the distance to go out. Perkins jumps up. It was a few inches shy of being gone. Perkins jumps and catches it right at the wall. And it's 1 away here in the 7th. For Brandon Marsh, who doubled and singled. He's 2 for 2. This one's foul tip back. It's 0-2 now. Junior Marte is warming up in the bullpen for Philadelphia, right-handed pitcher. This one's shot foul. Another 0-2 count. Game 3's tomorrow. And then Philadelphia is headed up to Cleveland. Milwaukee heads home for Atlanta. This one's inside. Is ball one. Nobody on. One away. 1-2 count for Brandon Marsh. Edmundo Sosa up next. This is foul tip into the glove of Contreras. 2 outs. Well, you know, Milwaukee got a chance to capitalize on a couple of situations. And if you're Philadelphia, you're hoping for a bloop and a blast to give yourself the same opportunity. But you get deeper into Milwaukee's bullpen, you start creeping on Devin Williams, and you kind of ask yourself if you have a chance. First pitch on to Sosa is on the inside for a ball, 1-0. And a matter of fact, we have Derek Hall pitch hitting for Sosa. This one's on the inside as well. Derek Hall, lefty. So Sosa's done for the night at third. Peguro sets, swing, shot, foul, first base side. That is called foul. I thought that was fair for a moment. It is 2-2. Elvis sets, delivers. There's a pitch, long fly ball, right field, just chopped foul. Second deck. Bounced into the first. Seattle, Minnesota, last game. It starts in about an hour from now. All other games are either finalized or in progress. This is chopped along the third base side. It is 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nice little at bat from Hall. Here's the 2-2. This one's chopped right back to first. Miller will take it to the bag himself and retire the side. 1-2-3 goes the Phillies in the 7th. We head to the 8th. Milwaukee's up front, 4-3 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. It is time for Milwaukee Trivia Question, given to you thanks to Useful Trivia. Get all your trivia questions needs thanks to usefultrivia.com. Trivia question of the night for Milwaukee. Which brewer? Oh, you know what? No. Excuse me. Who was the team's first manager from Milwaukee? Was it A, Harvey Cohen, B, Dave Bristol, C, Del Crandall, or D, Joe Schultz? Who was the team's first manager for Milwaukee? First pitch is in there, chopped it down the third base. Throwing it over to first is Bohm, and he'll make the grab for out number one. Is it A, Harvey Cohen, B, Dave Bristol, C, Del Crandall, or D, Joe Schultz? Answer will be revealed at the bottom of the inning. You can answer in the comment section. Play along. Defensive positions. Derek Hall remains in the game. He'll play first base. Alex Bohm will move over to third. That is a G5 to Miller. Now Taylor's up. First pitch is in there, called for a strike. Let me just make sure I get the defensive positions right. So he's going to be first base. And then for first base. This one here's grounded over to Bohm again. And two quick outs as Bohm is asked to do a lot over there at third early on. Playing the corners of the bags. You also have pitcher Junior Marte up. 28-year-old right-hander from the Dominican Republic. 0-1 on the season. In the middle of the eighth inning, stepping up is Barat. Excuse me. Stepping up is Bryce Terang. 0-1 in their first strike. Popped out back in the sixth inning. That one's down and low, 1-1. Quick work made from Marte. Here's the 1-1. It's a swing and a miss. It's 1-2. It was the bottom of the lineup for Milwaukee that scored in all the runs. Yelich had a little bit of help to it with an RBI, and then Contreras had an RBI as well. This one's fouled. That's what's keeping Milwaukee alive. You have the 2-3 batters that you feel confident up top, and it's the bottom guys that you maybe least expect to really get things going for you. This on the outside, just 2 balls, 2 strikes. Four 4-3 Milwaukee lead, top of the eighth inning. Here's the pitch. That's up high and away for a ball. He's worked himself to a full count. Andrew Monasterio due up next. He's 1-2. Marte sets. He has this weird stance while he sets, and he walks Terang for Monasterio to come up. Marte has this nice little set before he delivers as he keep pressing his front foot, which is his left foot, raises his hands as similar to Clayton Kershaw, brings it back down, sets, and then goes. And this one's fouled back to first. Diving in is Terang. He's safe. Stereo wears some glasses. Not many players wear glasses. Normally wear contacts. I remember playing baseball myself, wearing my regular glasses. Oh, I always wanted to order sports glasses or sports sunglasses, stuff like that. Really got expensive. You got the pros, you could buy whatever you can. This one's in there for a strike. It's 1-1 strike. Monasterio, he's 1 for 3. Singled and scored back in the second inning. Lead off at first is Terang. Already 1 pickoff attempt. And Marte has that Clayton Kershaw, just a speedier version of that. And he pumps that front leg until he comes to a complete set. 1-1 pitch is in there. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was a 97-mile slider. And it's a rocking motion, right? He lifts up that front leg a little bit until his arms comes down. This is hit right off of Monasterio, gets away. Bohm will get into shallow left, coming around to third, sliding safely is Terang. And runners are going to be on the corners with 2 outs. This one was hit right back to Marquez, bounced off of what maybe consider the hip. Let's see this again. Or the leg. Like maybe the back leg. And as Turner went to second, this ball went to short. I went off the back of Marte. And Bohm had to go out there to get it. Turner couldn't get over to third in time. And Terang took advantage and went all the way to third base there. It wasn't an error on nobody. It was just a single. Deflected. So now we have runners on the corners because of that. And this is just smart base running by Terang, seeing that. He's sliding in safely at second, sees the ball gets away, no man's land. No one's covering third at the same time, and you're taking off. So now you see Perkins comes to bat. You're 90 feet away from another run scoring. You also have a single from Andrew Monasterio, which probably would have been out to center field. So either way, could have resulted in the same effect. First pitch is in there, called for a strike. Milwaukee is really testing Philadelphia here, trying to win game 2 to head to game 3 in the rubber game series. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's popped up out to left field. Schwarber will get it, and that will do the side. A couple men stranded. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Milwaukee up top, 4-3. Listening to Major League Baseball on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Pitching change for Milwaukee as Joel Payamps steps in to take on 1, 2, and 3 due up in the lineup as Philadelphia is down 4-3 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Joel comes into today's game 3-1 with 51 strikeouts. He last pitched on Saturday? Excuse me. Or Friday against Cincinnati with 1 inning, striking out 2. First pitch in there by Schwarber is called for a strike. He's a 29-year-old veteran coming from Dominican Republic, making his debut back in 2019. And now it's 0-2. This is a sinker down low called for a strike. It's a nice trivia question. Who was the team's first manager for the Milwaukee Brewers? As the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Schwarber goes down on strikes for out number 1. The answers options: Harvey Cohen, B. Dave Bristol, C. Del Crandall, or D. Joe Schultz. Put your answers in the comments below. We'll let you know here in a minute. As Trey Turner steps up, he's 0-3. Takes the first pitch in there for a strike. I'm thinking of this answer, and I really don't know much about the first manager process for Milwaukee, but maybe Joe Schultz I'll probably go with. So this one's down low and away. I was right the first time. I chose A. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This is flied out to right field. Back to the warning track, making the grab. Wow. Was Tyrone Taylor for out number 2. So what was the answer to tonight's Milwaukee trivia question? Who was the first team's manager? I chose D, Joe Schultz, and that was correct. Schultz was the first and only manager for the Seattle Pilots franchise during their lone season before they became Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch in, swing and a miss by Castellanos. He hit the home run back in the 4th inning. Congratulations to everyone who got that correct at home. Thank you guys for playing. Use tonight's trivia questions given to you thanks to Useful Trivia. For all your trivia needs, go to usefultrivia.com. A swing and a pitch, miss. A pitch outside. He swung and a miss at a pitch outside and inside, and it's looking horrible right now if you're Philadelphia. They're still in this game, but they got to find something going. 2 outs here in the 8th inning, down by 1. Nobody on. As Payamp sets and delivers. Swing and a miss for a strike 3, and that's 1-2-3. Strikeout, fly out, strikeout. We head to the 9th. Milwaukee leads 4-3 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. As we head to the ninth inning, the first 8 innings back in fourth. Milwaukee scored 3 in the second, 1 in the seventh, as Philadelphia scored 1 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, and we sit tonight's line score so far heading into this final inning of regular play. Milwaukee up 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error to Philadelphia's 3 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. We're here back to the bottom 9, 1 and 2 due up. First pitch in there to Weimer is in there, called for a ball. New pitcher on the mound as Andrew Belletti steps in. Replaces Yorner Marte. This one's lines into left. This can get down to the wall. Rounding first into second. Standing up is Weimer. And it's a leadoff double to begin the ninth inning. Well, this is a nice pitch on the inside, up high and in. He just takes it down the third base line there. Gets back into the corner. You're rounding second. You're going to be standing up at first. Schwarber isn't that fast out there in the outfield. Gives Yelich something to do here as he steps in. He's 1 for 4 with an RBI. A runner on second, like to add another RBI to his nightly game tonight. Extend Milwaukee's lead. First pitch is in there, called for a strike. Andrew Belletti, 31-year-old right-hander from San Diego, California. Hey, welcome. Same town as me. Drafted by the Tampa Bay Rays in 2009. He's 1-0 with 14 strikeouts on the season. This one's in there, called for a strike. It's quickly 0-2 to Yelich. Lead off by Weimer at first. A look back at second. Here's the deliver. This is a swing and a miss, and the first out of the inning goes down with strikes. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Don't miss a single episode or a single ball game aired on this program. Leave comments down below and have those notifications on so you don't miss a single episode for every time we run in. Wilmer Contreras, first pitch. This is hit lined into left center field. That's going to split the gap and get back to the wall. Coming in to score is Weimer. Going into second, standing up is Contreras, and Milwaukee extend their lead to 5-3. A nice RBI double, back-to-back RBI doubles for Contreras in his at-bats. Weimer has that gas pedal coming all the way home. As soon as that ball hits, you just know it splits the wall or splits the gap. And what's interesting is from Milwaukee is that they have speed. With one away, Willie Adames steps in, first pitch, swing, and then a miss. Adames is 1 for 3 with a walk and a single back in the third. Trying to extend the lead here in the ninth inning, just like Contreras has done. A half-hearted swing on the outside of the plate. It's 0-2. Milwaukee wins this game. They'll split the series. Rubber game series tomorrow, 12:35 p.m. This one's down in the dirt. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. And you know, all the scoring has been down in the bottom of the lineup, but guess what? You've had a fair share of hits yourself in the top of the lineup, who's in a good amount of RBIs there. Here's the 1-2. This is pop fly out to left field, coming over. A few steps to his left is Schwarber. Round number 2. Contreras will stay at second. for Owen Miller to step in, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Batting .272, 5 home runs. Here's the set in the first pitch. It's on the inside. Called for a strike, though. 0-1. Let's consider this game's moved quite along. In the ninth inning, couple run actions here. Here's the 0-1 count. That's up high and away for ball 2. 4, 5, and 6, the heart of the lineup here, coming up bottom of the ninth inning for the Phillies. Leading things off with Bryce Harper, who is 0 for 3. You'd like to get something going at the top of the ninth inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's in there, called strike 1-2. Be sure to tune in to the Throw-In Monday 2-hour sports program talking about Cincinnati local sports news, stories, and highlights. Talking about the Cincinnati Reds getting ready for Bengals preseason coming up next month. On the road to SummerSlam. This pitch is on the outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Contreras on second. 2 outs. 2-2 pitch. This is popped out there in center field. Coming over and in is Marsh to make the grab. An insurance run was set in thanks to an RBI double from William Contreras. We head to the ninth. 4, 5, 6. Last up for the Phillies. You're on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Be sure to tune in to our post-game show coming up after the conclusion of the Phillies and Brewers game. A 30-minute post-game show will give you highlights, updates, scores, a replay of tonight's game, an out-of-town scoreboard, and take a look at the rubber game finale tomorrow afternoon. Be sure to stay tuned after the game for the post-game show on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Bottom of the ninth inning here. Closer Devin Williams steps up. Try to shut things down. He picked up, Kremble picked up the save last night in Phillies win. 28-year-old right-hander has 23 saves on the season. He's 4-2 with a 1.73 ERA and 50 strikeouts. His last save opportunity was a success back on Sunday as he saved against the Cincinnati Reds Sunday, Saturday, and Friday night. 3 consecutive strays coming back from the break. A total of 5 strikeouts in that series alone. On-field delay as the ball got into the field, so we'll take a moment here. Devin Williams, third of most saves this season. Diaz is at 26. Duvall from San Francisco at 30. Ada with the Padres at 22. First pitch to Harper, swing and a miss. And I think when you start looking at keys of why Philadelphia has not, they have 3 runs to show for what they put up tonight. Check swing, checks with the third base umpire, says he went around. Lance Barrett. And I feel like there was a lack of production at the top of the lineup, and I think that's the key to Philly's success through and through. This one's hit right over the head of Williams into center field. So a leadoff base hit for Philadelphia to get things going. Bryce Harper was 0 for 3 all night long. He struck out looking his last plate appearance. He didn't really seem to have an effort, but this type of round, he really wanted to swing out of his shoes. Settles in there, takes a pitch on the outside corner, gets it right back up the middle. Nice little hit. I mean, other than Nick Castellanos' home run, there hasn't been a lot of production, with Trey Turner going 0 for 4. Schwarber, he had a 2 RBI, but he's 0 for 3. He's 1 for 4. Excuse me. Swing and a miss by Realmuto, who's 0 for 3. He struck out looking in the 6th inning, or in the 7th, struck out swinging. Philadelphia has a chance to make some noise here in the 9th inning. Another hack swing up with a ball up high, 0-2. Don't really want to count a game out until all 27 outs are made, to be honest. Here's the 0-2 count to Realmuto. Swing and a miss at a pitch down in the dirt. That's a third, give himself a hat trick. Third strikeout of the game. Stepping in is Bryson Stott, who's 0 for 3. Want to give a shout out to StreamYard Studios, create podcast videos, host virtual business meetings, and more. Proud home of the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Check out their free version today at StreamYardStudios.com. Here's the first pitch to Stott, however you want to pronounce it. It's in there, called for a strike. I'd also like to give a shout out to MLB.com, providing the scores, stats, highlights, news, information, standings, and more. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This is flied out to left center field. Coming in, not going to be able to get it as anybody. Flying all the way over to third is Harper, taking advantage of the miscommunication. And with one away, we have runners on the corners. Perkins was coming in. Weimer was coming in. No one was able to get a hold of it. And then Perkins comes across, grabs it. Harper's having the full speed ahead, rounding second to third, especially if this thing's dropped. And he just took advantage of it, and a good play by base running by Harper with 1 out. Runners on the corners. You have Alec Boehm, who is 0 for 3. He did score off of an error back in the 5th inning. Boehm has, take a look at this, Stott has 16 stolen bases. Could see him possibly going as the first pitch to Boehm is fouled back to the net. Give a shout out to MLB.com. Head over to MLB.com for all your Major League Baseball needs. It was a mound visit before this at bat, by the way. Trying to Saved the game on a 2-run lead here in the ninth. There's the pitch. This goes, and he's caught out. Stott tried to go in the second. Going to go back to probably bite Philadelphia. I mean, you have to try, and obviously it's going to be a challenge. I mean, you have to try, put your runners on, the tying runs on first, and he has stolen 16 bases. So I feel like you have to try to at least attempt. And, with the save here, you have to challenge, even if you're clearly out and looks like he's clearly out. In my opinion, I still think he's out. There's no great view at this, but there is a challenge. So we're going to hold up here. And if that's the case, there's going to be the tying run is at plate with 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on third. In Philadelphia, you're just doing your due diligence by trying to save time or, by a chance long stretch. I mean, close call. He is called out. It was confirmed. So caught stealing by Stott, and Bohm has 2 strikes on him with Harper on third. Philadelphia trying to extend a 5-game winning streak. Milwaukee trying to split the series here. That's a foul tip into the glove of Contreras, and that's how the game's going to end. Not the way, if you're Philadelphia, you want this game to end with a couple men on base and some poor base running decisions. Remuto strikes out swinging. Stott gets caught stealing, and boom, fouls tips into the glove of Contreras. Milwaukee comes back and evens this series out. Rubber game matchup tomorrow, 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this was a really good game, so to speak. We'll take a break. Come back and give you some final line scores as Milwaukee beats the Philadelphia Phillies 5-3. You're listening to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Well, I got to say, if you wanted an interesting game, you got yourself an interesting game in this one. Welcome back here to Major League Baseball on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Final score, Milwaukee 5-3 Philadelphia. I thought it was an all-around really decent game. You had two type of scenarios of turnout, and for Milwaukee, they capitalized. I mean, as I'm looking at this line score here, it was the bottom half of that lineup, that put the Brewers in a position to have success and get runners early on. And that was key, right? For Milwaukee, if you wanted to win this game, you had to get out to an early lead and you had to stay one step ahead of Philadelphia. Just imagine going into this ninth inning, being 3-3 or 4-3 with Bryce Harper. Maybe Rob Thompson would have played this a bit differently. But overall, I think it was a good game. We talk about errors could change ball games. We had a bit of an error early on. Milwaukee did it on the ground level, did on taking advantage of the count of the mistakes that Philadelphia led, and they were able to hold on. And Milwaukee went on to win game 2 of this 3-game series, and we'll come back, and they'll come back and play tomorrow, 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and to determine who wins in this series. And you look at two teams who are playing for postseason baseball. Brewers are playing to keep their lead in the NL Central. The Reds just picked up a victory over the Giants 3-2 tonight. Philadelphia is in that wild card spot, and depending how their turnouts come out, they're looking to, keep themselves in the wild card spot because that division is a little far of a stretch, 9.5 back of Atlanta. So this is how good in the middle of the week, weekend. I think if this was a weekend game, it would have been a playoff atmosphere in July. But we're getting a taste of what we could potentially be seeing in October, and that's why this game was so much fun. And yet we still haven't seen the entire roster of Milwaukee right now because there's so many injuries. Winning pitcher is Milner. He goes to 2-0 with the 2.31 ERA. And Jeff Hoffman picks up his second loss on the season as he goes 3-2 with a 2.81 ERA. Saves in the save situation, Devin Williams picks up his 24th save on the season with a 1.69 ERA. The Milwaukee Brewers beat the Philadelphia Phillies, scoring in 5 runs on 10 hits and 1 error, as the Philadelphia Phillies have 3 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. Coming up tomorrow, first pitch is at 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will not be broadcasting that game, but you could check the game out on MLB.com. You have the MLB.TV app. You could also watch the game on NBCSP, Brewers Valley Sports at Wisconsin, or listen to it for the Phillies, 94 WIP, WTTM 1680, or for Milwaukee, WTMJ 620, or Brewers Radio Network. Starting pitchers for the Milwaukee tomorrow is right-handed pitcher Corbin Burns. He's 8-5, 3.73 ERA with 115 strikeouts. For Philadelphia, right-handed pitcher Taijuan Walker, 11-3, 4.0 ERA with 88 strikeouts. I want to give a big shout out to StreamYard Studios for tonight's broadcast. Proud home of the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Create your podcast, videos, host virtual business meetings, conduct interviews, and more. Check out the free version today at StreamYard.com. We'd also like to give a big shout out to MLB.com for your scores, stats, standings, stories, news, highlights, and more. Check out MLB.com for all your Major League Baseball needs. Also want to give a big shout out to Canva for all the video packages displayed for tonight's program. Also like to give a big shout out to Useful Trivia for all your trivia needs. They assisted in tonight's sports trivia questions for you. Want to say thank you guys for tuning in to tonight's broadcast between the Brewers and the Phillies. Coming up next, stay tuned because we will have a 30-minute post-game show giving you a sneak recap of what happened tonight between the Brewers and the Phillies, a out-of-town scoreboard, and a look at what's to come tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Justin, and stay tuned for tonight's post-game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Well, it was all about Milwaukee tonight. Welcome everyone to TNC Sports Talk post game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Hi everyone, my name is Justin, and for the next 30 minutes we will be breaking down highlights, scores, updates, you name it, around Major League Baseball and the conclusion of tonight's game. Final score: Milwaukee 5 runs, 10 hits, 15 total bases, 1 stolen base, 8 men left on, 1 error, as the Philadelphia Phillies had 3 runs on 7 hits, 1 home run hit, 11 total bases, 1 stolen base, 4 runs left on, and 1 error here. Top performers of tonight's game has to be Blake Perkin. This is all given to you thanks to MLB.com Wrap. Blake Perkin has the top performance. He went 2 for 3, a double, a walk, 2 RBIs, 2 runs in for him in a stolen base, as William Contreras had a pretty nice outing. 3 for 5, 2 doubles, 2 RBIs, and a nice caught stealing throw in the 9th inning to help the Brewers sustain their victory. Got to give a little credit to Philadelphia. Brandon Marsh went 2 for 3, 2 a double and a run in. Overall, that's how the line score goes. Winning pitcher is going to be Milner for Milwaukee as he goes to 2-0 with a 2.31 ERA, and Jeff Hoffman will pick up the loss. He'll move to 3-2 with a 2.81 ERA. Devin Williams picks up his 24th save on the season. He has a 1.69 ERA. Milwaukee remaining still in first of the NL Central. And you know what? That is good because guess what? Cincinnati Reds did beat the San Francisco Giants. On the other hand, Philadelphia Phillies picked up a loss. They moved to 52-43. And a matter of fact, let me check that right now, see where Miami stands on this Thursday. I don't think they played today. Now they lost, so they still hold that 6th seed in that wild card spot, as they are now also second place in the NL Central. Listen, I thought this was a good game. I really did. For a Thursday night, for a Wednesday night, I think it was well played, well, conceived. It was going to be about errors, and we had a pitcher, we had a veteran pitcher taking on a younger pitcher, and when you have two pitchers that you really just haven't seen a whole lot of, it becomes difficult to hold yourself together, right? I mean, it could work in numerous ways. Colin Rea has 6 pitches to his arsenal compared to the 3 pitches that Cristopher Sanchez had in tonight's game. And what we saw early on was Cristopher Sanchez is that when things aren't working, you don't have pitches that you can cycle in and out to substitute. You're stuck with those same pitches. So he had to find a way out of it. And, Sanchez works in a particular way. Let me throw the ball over the plate, let them hit it, and let my defense go. And that's what we saw. And everything started tumbling a little bit off of that E5 that passed Sosa in the second inning that could have really changed the dynamic of this game. Honestly. That would have if he could have stayed in front of it, if he didn't let that ball bounce past him. I mean, and I'm not there. I haven't been a third baseman in who knows how long, but it took a hop, and he played it off the side so he could make the throw. And I'd rather him keep the ball in front of him and not be able to make the throw than to get out into center field. That E5 came back to haunt him because instead of having 2 outs in the second inning, you get Andrew Monasterio come up. He singles. And then Blake Parkins, who has an incredible night, in my opinion, for Milwaukee. He has a 2 RBI double that scores in both of them. So with 1 out, that could have been 2 outs. It could have maybe be 1 run instead of 2. Completely different game. You probably wouldn't even send in Andrew. He would have been stuck at third possibly and could have got out of the jam. Instead, you had that E5 and 3 runs come across in the second inning. Now Philadelphia comes back in, and Nick Castellanos gets things going with the solo home run in the bottom of the 4th inning. But then it seems like they just keep on getting shut out. In the 5th, they get into a little bit of a jam. You have an error, off the first baseman who couldn't come up with the ball, and I really think that was more so of a Trey Turner bad throw over there, but they marked it E3 for Alex Bohm, and Marsh got a single, and Schwarber finally got a 2 RBI single to score in those 2. That's all she wrote. The 9th inning, I think, is when it comes down. Bryce Harper ends up singling. He advances to third off of a single from Bryson Stott. He ends up getting caught. He gets caught stealing in the at second from William Contreras, and then strikeouts. There were moments of the game where I felt like Philadelphia could have played a little bit better, of course. But overall, this is a type of game that we could be talking about. I know we still have the rest of the month of July, and we have 2 whole months left of baseball before we get October baseball. But this is a series that we could be definitely looking at coming up here in just a few weeks in postseason. Philadelphia and Milwaukee. And for Philadelphia, Milwaukee snapped Philadelphia's 4-game winning streak, and now we're going to go into the rubber game series tomorrow. But Philadelphia's found their streak. I don't know if you should be too worried about it. They still look pretty solid. Milwaukee looked pretty good tonight, although I think they should have had a little bit. They still have some stuff to work at. But we're looking at a playoff atmosphere already here at, in Philadelphia, Milwaukee, two really teams that can dominate the division. See, Philadelphia is going to dominate the National League. They're not even going to be in first place. So I thought it was a really good game. 5-3. Milwaukee pissed up this game. Now they're 1-1 tied. They got to go in tomorrow, 12:35 first pitch, and you get Corbin Burns taking on who do you have? You have Corbin Burns taking on Taijuan Walker in this rubber game series. I think tomorrow is even going to be a better game. So, Milwaukee picks up the game 2 of this 3-game series. Congratulations to them. I'll give you my top performer of the game here coming up in this post-game show. Hey, this post-game show is given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios. Create your podcast, videos, host virtual business meetings, and conduct interviews. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. Our post-game show is given to you on a highlight recap of tonight's game, a thought overall view, a out-of-town scoreboard, and what's to look at tomorrow as tomorrow's finale, and we'll get you guys ready for the weekend and the schedule down the road for both of these ball clubs. Thank you guys for tuning in. Be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Have those notifications on, and don't miss a single episode. The post-game show will return here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Welcome back to tonight's postgame show on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. My name is Justin, and we just got done wrapping up a nice game between Philadelphia and Milwaukee. I thought it was a really nice game. A lot of base running aggressive, especially from Milwaukee's side of things. I was looking at this Milwaukee. If I had to choose a player, Christian Yelich, I'm going to tell you this. This is a kid that, I've grown up watching, that I think the last couple of years, he's kind of been off edge. Okay. He hasn't been himself. And I think coming into this year, a lot of people exclaimed how much that Christian Yelich had to step up and be that leader to the ball club that is expected. And I have to give him credit. Now, he didn't have a night to remember, but he did find a way at some point in this game, and in a major way, help his ball club get better and help his ball club improve. And this is why he's leading things off, right? You have Yelich in the bottom of the top of the second inning. 2 runs are already in thanks to Blake Perkins, and we'll talk about him in a moment. But he found a way with 2 outs to keep the inning alive. And I think that's crucial. I think that's essential for a guy who is trying to stay in the show, trying to stay in the power. He was a dangerous name 5, 6, 7 years ago, kind of laid off, and I feel like he's finally getting back to that type of stance. He doesn't have the big hit power. He went 1 for 5. He had an RBI. He had a hit, and he had 2 strikeouts. But you know what? Though that's happened. That's really comfortable. William Contreras, he had a 3 for 5 night, which I think is incredible. 2 RBIs, 2 doubles. I mean, what more can you say about this guy? And then especially, and so but what really impressed me the most is the bottom half of this lineup. You had Joey Weimer, who came in running in late, getting things started off in the 9th inning. Blake Perkins, we'll get back to him in a second, but Andrew Ministerio, who, he's Speedy Gonzalez there for Milwaukee. He had a 2 for 4 a night. He scored in the 2nd inning. He's a guy who was really fast and really, he could definitely, he steals a lot of bases. And when you play the lefty righty matchup, Bryce Terang had a contribution, but Blake Perkins stepped in, leading things off. And then he continued at his next at bat with a single. And then he walked later in scoring in the 7th with the stolen base on him, and then on top of that, he flew out. He had a 2 for 3 night, which for me, Blake Perkins, you can't lie. He's one of the better guys on that list. He's my player of the game if I had to choose one. Now, you can't sit here and talk about Milwaukee without talking about what Philadelphia did or didn't do. All right. Now, I'm going to be honest, and I'm not trying to, pinpoint what Bryce Harper did or didn't do. He had 1 for 4 night, but he comes in and he has that at bat in this, 6th inning where, you have a new pitcher in Marte, and you look at everything. And I'm like, you're leading things off. You need to kind of get the ball rolling. And you have, you only have a handful. You have maybe one more bat in the game. You have a handful of outs left. The 6th inning would have been perfect, but he came in there and he kind of just, he took the pitches. And next, he strike out. Bermuda, he's 1 for 4 with a hat trick. So Philadelphia has this ideal of this 1 through 5. And, to take away Castellanos's home run, they only had 1, 2, 3 hits out of everyone batting, 4 times? 4 times 5, that's 23 for 20. 4 for 20. That's a 200 average, right? And for me, that's not necessarily good out of your top 5 guys in the lineup. You get down to the bottom end, obviously you expect them to be low. Brandon Marsh kind of, for me, had a really nice game. 2 for 3, doubled, singled. think he played very well. Sosa, wish he, I can't really say much more. But for me, if I had to choose a player on the Philly side, I'd choose Brandon Marsh, 2 for 3, run scored at a double. But that is, I mean, this is a type of game. I mean, we're taking a look at, like I said, it's July 19th. And as I mentioned in the previous segment, there is a lot of time still left to be played, but these are moments. Milwaukee is taking on the Brewers and Cincinnati again, and then they'll be taking on Atlanta again. So, they're not going into any easier stretch. And I feel like heading into this game, you have the win here. You have tomorrow, which if Milwaukee could pick up the victory again, I think it would be very suitable for what, for overall, for what heading into Atlanta. Let me pull up the box scores here in a moment. So we look at the comparison. Cristopher Sanchez, he goes 5 innings, giving up 6 hits, 3 runs, 1 error, allowing 1 walk, striking out 3. Very similar numbers with Colin Rea, going 5 innings, giving up 5 hits, 3 runs, 3 runs, 3 no walks, but with 3 strikeouts, allowing a home run. For Sanchez, things got to him early. He took a while to settle down. Colin Rea kind of got out to an early run and then kind of started losing it later in his outing. Both teams went through about 4 other pitchers in tonight's ball game, and only 1 home run in tonight's ball game. So we will leave it at there as Milwaukee pick up the final score, 5-3, here in Game 2 of a 3-game series. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come on back, we'll give you the out-of-town scoreboard and also a preview of what's to come tomorrow. You're listening to the post-game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tonight's Out of Town Scoreboard is given to you thanks to MLB.com with all your scores, stats, standings, your news, stories, and highlights. Everything you need to know, all MLB related, thanks to MLB.com for all that information. The Out of Town Scoreboard will look like this. A couple of games are in the final columns. Majority of the games are in the final columns, as the Pirates defeated the Guardians today, 7-5. Orioles and Baltimore beat the Dodgers 8-5. And with their victory and Tampa Bay losing to Texas 5-1 tonight, Baltimore and Tampa is tied, but Baltimore has the better percentage. Therefore, they're in first place. Who would have expected that here in the month of July of the season? Now, Baltimore's been on that nice little run as of late, and we talked on and off throughout the game about the little hot streaks and when should you really have them, and it's great to have them in the first couple of months to get really out there, but it's the dog days. Baltimore seems to be the one to carry things over until July, and hopefully they keep it that way because it makes things a lot interesting. Tampa Bay is always a good team, so it's going to be a nice battle in the AL East. And to see New York and Boston down there at the bottom of the division, pretty exciting to watch. St. Louis beat the Miami Marlins 6-4. Houston Astros beat the Colorado Rockies 4-1 at Coors Field. Oakland knocked off Boston 6-5 tonight. Got about our game that's all concluded as Brewers beat the Phillies 5-3. The Padres shut out the Blue Jays 2-0. The Reds picked up the victory tonight, game 3 of the 4-game series, 3-2 over the Giants. Their first victory since coming back from the All-Star break. Didn't do so well against Milwaukee. We're going to have to wrap up against San Francisco tomorrow and then face Milwaukee against next week. Chicago loses to the Mets 5-1, and the Braves fall to the D-backs 5-3. And I know that Atlanta has about a 10-game lead in the NL East, but if you're Philadelphia, a loss like this really hurts because I don't want to consider Philadelphia or any team in the NL East for that matter out of the division quite yet, although it's fair to say that, all right, it belongs to Atlanta. But if Philadelphia has any chance at the division, you need a win. And you think about this is going to be the first, maybe second seed of the playoffs, which means you have that bye. And if you're going to work really hard to play that way, then you need that bye. Breaking in, Angels just beat the Yankees 7-3 as Silseth picks up the victory. Rodon loses tonight. Games currently in progress, only 3 remaining. Washington down to the Cubs 2-1. They're in the middle of the 7th inning at Wrigley Field. Detroit Tigers are beating the Royals in the bottom of the 8th inning, 3-2. And the Twins beating the Mariners 1-0, top of the 2nd. That just got underway. That is your out-of-town scoreboard given to you thanks to MLB.com. Check out MLB.com for your scores, standings, news, highlights, stats, etc. All Major League Baseball needs, MLB.com has it. All right. So let's come on back and take our final break. When we come on back, let's take a trip of what looks for these two teams tomorrow in the rubber game series. What does the rest of July look like for them, and how can they succeed heading into the rest of the year? Thank you guys for tuning in to the post-game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tonight's post-game show is given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios, where you can create podcasts, videos, host virtual business meetings, conduct interviews, and check out much more. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. You could also going to give a big shout out to Canva for our tonight's videos and packages that are put together. As we conclude this episode, final score of tonight's ball game between Milwaukee Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies. Milwaukee won 5-3, thanks to a couple of bloops, blasts, and errors here going on. Well, that means their series is tied at 1, and they will continue tomorrow. Rubber game series tomorrow. First pitch scheduled for 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Milwaukee Brewers will have right-handed pitcher Corbin Burns on the mound. He's 8-5 with a 3.73 ERA and 115 strikeouts. For the Phillies, you have right-handed pitcher Taijuan Walker, who is 11-3 with a 4.04 ERA with 88 strikeouts. I would honestly say that tomorrow's game is going to be the better game of the series, if you ask me. If I got a chance to call it, I would, but I can't. I am having other commitments, unfortunately. So we will not be calling a game probably until sometime next week. So, but it's going to be interesting to see how this series concludes. If you guys have nothing to do, you guys can watch the game, listen to the game, tune it in, MLB.com TV. Future rest of the month for these two ball clubs. Milwaukee will, after this series, which concludes tomorrow, Milwaukee will head home for Atlanta over the weekend and then have a 3-game series Monday to Tuesday, Wednesday against Cincinnati. And then they'll be on the road against Atlanta. Now, Milwaukee's been dominant with Cincinnati for some time. So it's not surprising. Maybe they will think that that's a walk through the park, but with how Cincinnati is contending right now in the NL Central and in the wild card, Cincinnati just needs to find their groove, find their strength, maybe wear out the Brewers, and maybe that happens against Philadelphia and this weekend against Atlanta. And then next you know, Cincinnati becomes an actual 3-game series that is not a walk through the park and you actually need. And then the next thing is that, you go back to Atlanta. So the rest of the month of July is not going to be easy for Milwaukee. And it's going to be interesting to watch the NL Central to continue to see how things turn out and shape out. For the Philadelphia, you go 3 games on the road. And then you come home for Baltimore, which was, it's going to be another 3-game series, which is going to be fun. And then to watch, and then you're on the road to Pittsburgh again. So you have a couple of road trips there, and you just got to make sure you grit your teeth and battle down. As I mentioned earlier on, you don't count out Philadelphia quite yet. You don't count any team out quite yet, even though there's a 10-game gap in the NL East. But you have to start. Philadelphia has to play conservative. They also have to play smart, and they need to keep this winning streak going. They can't allow it to go. And they still have a lot of potential. But in tonight, I did not see, like I said, the 5 key guys in their lineup. All right, Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, Nick Castellanos, Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto. All together, they have a combining contract that probably eats up more than the rest of the remainder of the contract. Yeah, you have Bryson Stott that's been solid. Alex Bohm and Brandon Marsh been very impressive. And Mudo Sosa, I think that maybe needs a little bit of work on. But that bottom of the lineup is okay. But when you look at this Phillies lineup on a night-to-night basis, you have your top 5, and they're only going 4 for 20 in a night. I don't think that's solid. And they went up against a Colin Rea, who, like I said, is a good pitcher. I think he's a better pitcher in Milwaukee than he was with San Diego, but he's still Colin Rea. He still ran into some trouble. And I expected Philadelphia to actually come in and take care of a little bit more than what they saw. On the other hand, Milwaukee, you're getting things done all up and down this lineup. And that's what's keeping them alive. And then if you could get that lead, I think it's nice to know that your team can score in the back half of the game and give yourself a chance to win and lead. And when you get out to an early lead, these 1 or 2 runs in the 7th and 8th inning becomes insurance runs or winning runs. And that's what you saw tonight in Milwaukee's win. So I'm predicting a really good game tomorrow. I am honestly predicting a Milwaukee win with Corbin Burns, but I guess we'll see tomorrow and how things go. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to tonight's post-game show. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button if you like our product. Be sure to have those notifications on so you don't miss a single episode or a single broadcast of a game. We're looking, as we head into fall, a more of a to change sports into football, hopefully called football games down the road, but only time will tell. Talking about that, we will be back with the throw-in on Monday afternoon with another episode. So be sure to have those notifications on so you don't miss a single episode of the throw-in, talking sports, baseball, football, Cincinnati local sports news coverage, and also professional wrestling. My name is Justin. This is the post-game show. We want to thank everyone for tuning in, and we wish everyone a good night. Until the next time, you guys take care. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you guys for tuning in and listening to Major League Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.